So I would like to call to order the Planning Commission meeting for May 26, 2020 for the City of Paso Robles. Commissioner Castillo, could I ask you to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely, Roberta.
Thank you.
Please stand if you're not already standing. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, may we have a roll call?
Yes, Commissioner Kogler.
Here.
Commissioner Neal.
Here.
Commissioner Castillo.
Here.
Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Gibson.
Here.
Commissioner Christensen.
Present.
Chairperson Jorgensen.
Here. And staff introductions, please.
Yes, Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Darren Nash, City Planner.
David Athy, City Engineer.
Dick McKinley, Public Works Director.
Tom Frucci, City Manager.
All right. May we hear if there are any general public comments regarding regarding matters not on tonight's agenda?
There are no public comments tonight.
All right, thank you. And are there any agenda items proposed to be tabled or rescheduled?
There are none.
All right, before we start agenda item number 1, I would just like to make a brief thank you to all of the planning commissioners for giving up much of your Memorial Day weekend to read and digest the 650-page staff report for this Gateway project. We received it on Friday afternoon for today's Tuesday Planning Commission meeting, and that's on top of the probably 400-page EIR we previously received. So as unpaid volunteers, you have indeed gone above and beyond to be prepared for this meeting tonight, and I thank you all. All right, agenda item number 1, Paso Robles Gateway annexation. May we have the staff report, please?
Yes, thank you. Let me get the staff report up. Can everybody see the screen okay?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Warren Frace, Community Development Director. I'll be making the presentation with some help from city staff. So to begin with, let's get rid of this. So the project before us tonight is referred to as the Paso Robles Gateway Annexation. It's a combination of different planning entitlements consisting of an annexation request, a general plan amendment, pre-zoning, map and zoning text amendment, conceptual master plan of development, oak tree removal permit, tentative track map, and a development agreement. So, as I mentioned, I'm Warren Frace. I'm the Community Development Director. With me tonight is Darren Nash, our City Planner. David Athy's the City Engineer. He'll be providing most of the information on traffic issues. We have Dick McKinley on. He's the Public Works Director. He's the subject expert on any water-related issues. Iris Yang is the City Attorney. She's been very involved with the preparation of the development agreement. We have our consultant, Rich Dalton, from Rincon. He's the EIR consultant. And then we have Dan Dawson from ATE. He was the traffic consultant for the EIR. The project applicant team is also with us tonight. So they're divided into a couple different groups. So the ownership group is Quorum Realty. Michael Ferlati is the overall owner of the project, along with Thomas Noya, who is the project proponent representative. The land use planner is Jamie Jones. The project attorney is Greg Sanders. The architect is Kevin Nilmeyer, and the engineer is Pat Fusco and Trevor Dodson. And they'll be available, they'll be part of the presentation, they're available to answer questions as we move forward. So just a little bit of an overview on what the process is for this project. So tonight is the Planning Commission public hearing. Planning Commission's role is to make a recommendation to the City Council on this project. Currently, the City Council is tentatively scheduled to hear this item in mid-June. The City Council will make the final decision on all the land use entitlements. They will also initiate the LAFCO annexation process. So LAFCO is the Local Area Formation Commission. It's a county level body that's represented by all the different cities as well as the county. They're scheduled to have a study session on this item in the summer of 2020, and then to hold formal annexation hearings fall or winter coming up this year. They have the final decision-making authority on annexations to cities. So a big part of this project has been public outreach. When the project and EIR first started, there was a notice of preparation that notified all the agencies as well as the general public of this project. The Development Review Committee reviewed this project in December of 2019. The Planning Commission and City Council held a joint session where they toured the site in August. We also had a LAFCO briefing in August, as well as a briefing with the Templeton Community Service District on August 20th of last year. The formal public review of the draft EIR started on February 28th of this year. That was a 45-day public review process. And then in April of this year, staff prepared and presented a briefing to the Templeton Advisory Group, also known as TAG. So as I mentioned, there's a number of land use entitlements. They're summarized at the end of your staff report, so I'd refer you to page 15 of your staff report. I think that's probably the best place to refer to how the overall staff report is organized, the purpose of all the resolutions, and just generally what's being considered tonight. So let me run through these really quick. Attachment 1 is Resolution A, which is the EIR recommendation of certification. Let me zoom in real quick. There we go, that's a little better. Attachment 2 is Resolution B. That is the resolution to initiate the annexation process. Resolution C is a lot line adjustment between this property and a neighboring property owner to facilitate the South Vine realignment. Attachment 4 is Resolution D. That's the general plan amendment. Attachment 5 is Resolution E. That's the pre-zoning as well as the zoning code text amendment. Attachment 6 is Resolution F. That is the conceptual master plan of development. That's conditions of approval as well as all the design exhibits. Attachment 7 is Resolution G. That's the oak tree removal permit. Number 8 is Resolution H. That's the large lot tentative track map. And then finally, Resolution I is the draft development agreement. And on all these actions, you'll be making a recommendation to the City Council. City Council will make the final decision on all these items. So the project we're talking about is an annexation to the city of Paso Robles. So there you go. So the colored area is the existing city limits. So the area we're looking at is basically on the southwestern side of town. So the target center is this red area here. Here's Highway 101, and then 46 West is right here. So the area we're looking at is 170 acres. You'll notice it's not colored because it's currently in the county. So that's part of the proposal, is that this would be annexed into the city. So as we zoom in, we can see a little bit more detail. So here's the annexation area. You can see that the area within the city limits along the west side of 101 is already zoned commercial. Then we have the industrial areas, which is the blue area where Firestone Walker is located. This is the overall master plan for the project. So as I mentioned, 170 acre site. The master plan would allow up to 3 hotels with a total of 425 rooms. There's also 3 separate commercial centers located basically along the South Vine frontage that would allow for about 74,000 square feet of leasable space. There'd be 17 workforce rental apartments. And then in this area down here, this is allowed 80 attached single-family residential resort units, or it could be a 100-room hotel, which would be included in the 425. The remainder of the site, 98 acres, remains as agriculture and open space. And then a key component of the project is the realignment of Vine Street. So right now, Vine Street comes down and ties into this signal where the ramps are for Highway 101. This is a major point of congestion. One of the projects that's been identified by Caltrans for a number of years is the importance of realigning South Vine Street, so it would come up and tie into the signal at Theater Drive, thereby eliminating all this traffic from this interchange ramp head and signal. So this is a part of the project. South Vine Street would have to be realigned before anything was occupied in the site. So basically the first phase of this project, and it'll be a joint project between the applicant and the city, would be to rebuild Vine Street and tie it into the theater signal. So the overall theme of the project, and the applicant will go into the details of the project a lot more, but is to create a world-class wine country gateway resort to Paso Robles. This is based on the design of the project, includes the overall architectural concept, which is a craftsman, agrarian concept. The project's been designed with large open frontages along all the street frontages so that the development's set back as far as possible. And that's all reflected in the landscape and grading concepts. So the idea is to really create a world-class facility that is well designed into the site and reflects an architectural character appropriate for Paso Robles. So there's a full set of landscape plans that are included in the master plan. That's the idea, is to reinforce the wine country character of the area and then to buffer and blend the project into the existing site. Project will happen in 2 phases. So the blue area is phase 1, the Hillside Resort, which is the 225-room hotel at the top of the hill, would be the first part of the project. But before that's built, as I mentioned, South Vine Street will be rebuilt and realigned. So basically, the first thing is South Vine, and then the hotel gets built after that. And then the remainder would allow the village commercial centers along the frontage. Phase 2 is the purple area, which is the 80 single-family residential units, or alternately, the 100 hotel rooms. So the way the process is set up for this project, what we're approving tonight, along with the zoning and general plan changes, will be the conceptual master plan of development. That includes basically the architectural design guidelines for all the different buildings and development areas. It also includes the landscape design concepts and site plans for those areas. There's also a signage master plan for all the project signage, And then we also have the large lot tentative track map. So future entitlements, later steps in this process will be the final development plan. So based on the guidelines that we're adopting now, there'll be future development plans that will have the final architectural plans, the final sign plans, the final landscape plans. There'll also be a requirement that the large highway monument signs come back through the Planning Commission for a conditional use permit. And then if they choose to develop the 80 single-family attached units, there'll be a small lot tentative track map for that. So I'm going to walk through really quickly the different development areas. So area 3 in the master plan is the Hillside Resort. This is the site plan for it. Up on top of the hill, you have the main lodge, the large building. The smaller casitas are off to the west. The parking areas have been blended into the site. We're looking at about, there's a 5,000 square foot restaurant, 20,000 square foot conference banquet area, total of 225 rooms. Areas 1 and 2, that's the Village Center down on South Vine. So it's a combination mixed use area with a 100-room hotel, 27,000 square feet of retail and office, and that's where the 17 workforce apartments will happen. Up to the north, we have the Promontory Center. This would be 24,000 square feet of retail office space. Then area 5, this is down toward 46 West. This is where we have the option A or B. Option A is the 100-room hotel with the casitas surrounding it. That would look like this. And then option B would be the 80 attached single-family residential units. That site plan looks like this. This site has a resort lodging overlay. Because we're designating this area as residential, we add the resort lodging overlay that would then allow the hotel to be built there, or allow these to be rented as short-term rentals under a managed rental process that would be administered by the overall resort operator. Although they are short-term rentals, they are not under the city's short-term rental ordinance, so they would not be subject to the same numeric restrictions or operational restrictions of the short-term rental ordinance. They would have their own management plan that is part of this development plan for how they're operated. We analyzed both options under the EIR. The residential project actually generates more traffic than the hotel project, so that was what was analyzed for all the worst case scenarios for traffic analysis as well as mitigation measures. When we go through the development plan in the future, that's when the applicant has a choice of selecting either A or B options. And if they select B, then that would also include the tentative track map process. These are the conceptual elevations that go along with both options. All right, then finally, Area 6 is the Vine Street Commercial Center, another small area of 26,000 square feet of retail commercial space that would be developed in conjunction with the existing commercial land within the city limits. So as mentioned, we have a general plan amendment. One of the key features, we're adding a new resort lodging land use to the general plan, and then we're designating the resort and the hotel area as resort lodging. The commercial areas are designated regional commercial. The residential area would be designated residential multifamily 8 because it's a fairly dense attached single family product. Remainder of the site's designated either ag or open space. We've also included general plan text amendments to integrate this into the text framework. You'll notice that there's a number of exhibits from the general plan that are general in nature. Those are included because we had to update the boundaries to include the annexation on those exhibits. In terms of the pre-zoning and zoning text amendment, we call this pre-zoning because this isn't part of the city. We can't actually formally zone it until it's annexed in, so that's why it's referred to as pre-zoning. We are also including a new zoning district, which is resort lodging. There's an overall special condition J overlay that overlays the whole site that gets codified. The purpose of that overlay district is basically to guide the development plan process in the future, basically to hold together all the guidelines that we're talking about tonight, as well as to lock in some of the land use restrictions for the commercial centers. In addition, there's overlay districts for the plan development requirement on all the development areas. There's also a mixed use overlay to allow the apartments in this commercial zone here. And then there's a resort lodging overlay that allows either the hotel or the short-term rentals in the attached residential product. We've also codified the open space district. That's a district we've had in the zoning ordinance for a number of years, but it was never codified with uses. So that's been corrected with this amendment. Signage program, they do have a unified master sign program for the whole site. So this is the overall concept. It includes large monument signs as well as smaller directional signs located appropriately throughout the site. There's a requirement that this would come back for a use permit for the larger signs in the future. The other signs would be included in future development plans. Housing, this project includes 17 rental apartments. Those are considered workforce housing. It also includes 80 attached single-family residential units. Those would be considered above moderate units. So the City Council has previously allocated 17 general plan surplus density units to accommodate this project. These units are consistent with the 2019 regional housing needs allocation to the city that came through SLOCOG and is currently being incorporated into the housing element. The development agreement does also include that the project will pay an affordable in lieu fee to also offset or assist with affordable housing issues within the community. There's an environmental impact report that's been prepared, as I mentioned. Public review was 45 days, started on February 28th, ran through April 13th. During that period, we received 10 public comments. Those have been responded to in the final EIR under the response to comments. Primary impacts that were identified were traffic, air quality and greenhouse gases, ag lands, and oak tree removals. Other impacts that were less than significant were water, sewer, and public service impacts. Agricultural lands, the blue areas are the prime ag lands that exist today. That's where some of the development will happen. So basically the green areas are new vineyards that will be exchanged for impacts in the blue areas, and that's part of the EIR and development agreement. Oak tree impacts, it's estimated that there's over 2,000 oak trees on the site. Of those, 15 will be impacted, but those will be preserved. Another 15 will be removed. So in terms of the overall scheme, the project was well designed to minimize impact on trees. And a lot of the trees will be basically designed into some of the development areas as thematic elements. There's also 26 additional oak tree removals that were previously approved as part of the Caltrans project to realign South Vine as part of the 46101 project. So those aren't part of this EIR, that's just something that's previously been approved. And with that, I'll turn it over to the city engineer, Dave Athey. He'll walk us through the traffic issues.
Thank you, Warren. David Athey, city engineer. Just going to give you a quick background on the 46101 interchange, a little bit of history. The first at-grade intersection was built in the 1950s here next to the River Lodge. It was a hook ramp type intersection at grade, and you traveled westbound on Green Valley Road out towards Cambria at that time. The newer interchange was constructed, what we see today, prior to 1970. In the 1990s, Target was approved. The Target Center, as everyone knows, is right here. At that time, they were required to upgrade the signals at the interchange at this location to improve the level of service. At that time, Caltrans required the city to go through what's called a project study report to look at a long-term plan for the interchange. In 2003, the city started the PSR, the Project Study Report, and spent about $340,000 developing that report. It looked at economics, costs. It looked at roundabout design with a bypass, South Vine Street realignment. It looked like at a signal type operation here with the bypass of Vine Street. Now in 2005, Caltrans approved that project study report, and that turned out to be a phased project with the theater and Vine realignment. In November of that year, the city and the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments both contributed $300,000 for project approval and environmental document. In 2006, a group of 11 landowners, in conjunction with the city, spent about $2 million to upgrade the ramp here this is the southbound off-ramp, which everybody knows that's 3 lanes, which made improvements and also improved level of service at the interchange. And about $2 million was spent at that time. In 2006, the city acquired the land where these hotels are now, and also the land for the future realignment of Theater Drive. In 2008, the city received a grant of about $2.8 million to realign Theater Drive. And you can see here, this is what was the northbound leg of Theater Drive, which was up here in this location, right across from the current location of South Vine Street. Now in 2008, Caltrans approved the environmental document for that project. So that consisted of the realignment of South Vine Street, the realignment of Theater Drive, and roundabouts at the interchange. So that was a 3-phase project. In 2011, the city completed the Theater Drive realignment, which is located right here, and also started designing, let me go back here, also started designing the Vine Street realignment and bridge, which will be located here in the future. In 2014, there was a lawsuit over a project approval in this area. In 2015, that lawsuit was settled, and the settlement provides for the land, the right-of-way for the future road of South Vine Street, and apportions costs and responsibility for those areas. So currently, in 2019, the project partners, which consists of Caltrans, the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments, the City of Paso Robles, and the County of San Luis Obispo, performed a traffic analysis to reevaluate these roundabouts. And it was discovered at that time that single-lane roundabouts would work, which substantially reduces the cost of the interchange project. And also at that time, South Vine Street realignment was reconfirmed for the total project. And now in 2020, Caltrans has recently approved the intersection control evaluation. So they have approved this configuration. And now the city, in conjunction with the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments, is undertaking a project environmental update to update the current environmental document for the project. And matter of fact, this week we'll be meeting with the project partners to work out cost share and look at responsibility of the state, the San Luis Obispo County Council of Governments for the regional share, the county for the county share, and the city for the city's responsibility. Now I want to talk a little bit about the Gateway Traffic Study. And I have Dan Dawson here. He put together the traffic analysis, and he's from Associated Transportation Engineers, and he'll be able to answer any technical questions you may have tonight. The report was prepared in 2019. It looked at a 20-year project build-out. It also evaluates the near-term and existing plus project scenarios, so 3 different scenarios for the project. And it also evaluated the summertime Friday and summertime Sunday traffic to look and see what is the worst traffic. And in this case, it turned out to be the weekday PM and AM and PM peak traffic for the analysis. So summertime Friday and summertime Sunday was looked at for this evaluation. So the findings, the key assumptions, the project generates about 5,400 trips at build out. So that's about 20 years. There's 338 AM and 453 PM peak trips. So that's during the AM peak is from 6 to 8 AM and the PM peak is from 4 to 6 PM. As Warren mentioned before, South Vine Street will be realigned prior to new trips. So no new trips will be generated from this project. The traffic volumes will be taken out of the interchange, placed at Theater Drive in the future. The traffic signals, and I'll show you a little display of that in a second. The traffic signals will be reprogrammed, and that extra time will be put into the interchange signals, which will make traffic better and mitigate the impact from the project. I want to also let you know that US 101, the level of service will continue to degrade with or without the project. Currently, there is no overall fix for the US 101, and SlowCog and Caltrans are currently working on future plans for that. The traffic assumptions and the key findings in the report were reviewed by Caltrans and the county. And we were able to get those findings accepted by them, and they're in full agreement with the report. And then lastly, the project will participate in the South Vine Street realignment in the future as part of their settlement agreement with the city. I just want to talk a little bit about the Vine Street realignment and what that means. There's been some discussion of that and how will that really help the interchange and the flow of traffic. So right now we have a left out and a left in and several turning movements here at this signal. So this is Vine Street. This is the old Theater Drive. There's currently a signal here. So as traffic is coming from the west, eastbound, they'll trip this signal head here and they'll call for a demand for a left turn. Well, this stops all traffic moving through the interchange at this time. There's also a left out off of Vine Street, which also stops traffic because all this traffic heading westbound has to wait till these cars turn. So in the future, Vine Street gets realigned and the traffic ends up here at Theater Drive. This does a couple things. One, it adds storage length to this area here, so there's more storage for cars. Second, and really most importantly, it adds additional green time to these two signals here. So the signal on each side of the ramp that services the on and off ramps will have more green time. And what that means, if you have more green time, this queue, which people have noted gets backed up and sometimes goes beyond Theater Drive, you'll be able to empty this queue out and have folks get on the freeway at these two locations, both northbound and southbound. And then it also puts these turning movements here, and the storage and stacking can occur here on South Vine and Theater Drive, and makes overall the intersection operations much better in this corridor. Now I want to talk a little bit about Main Street because there's been some comments about that. Well, in terms of, let me just go back here real quick. So in terms of overall impacts, the project doesn't create worsening conditions on any of the other project intersections that were evaluated. And since it was planned that this realignment of Vine Street occur prior to any door opening on the project, it essentially mitigates the traffic before it even occurs. So we had a comment about Main Street, and folks are concerned that the project will throw a lot of traffic down at this intersection. So we had the peak hour analyzed by ATE, and it turns out there are 9 p.m., it should say a.m. and p.m., 9 a.m. and p.m. peak hour trips that will end up at this interchange. So there'll be estimate 3 trips at the southbound off-ramp, which operates at a current level of service of E, and there'll be 6 trips at the northbound off-ramp, which also operates at a level of service E. So for that, the project has been required to pay the Templeton area fees of about $8,500 a trip. And they'll have to pay that with their project approval. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Warren Frace for the remainder of the presentation.
Thank you, Dave. So other components of your recommendation tonight, in addition to the final EIR, there's also the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. So that lists all the mitigations that were required for the project. So that would include the South Vine realignment that Dave just talked about, as well as the payment of the Main Street interchange impact fee. So that's just an example of the very numerous mitigation measures that are part of the project requirements. Response to comments, as I mentioned, we received 10 letters. Those responses are contained in Section 8 of the final EIR. In addition, we received one more letter this Friday from the Templeton Advisory Group. That is included in the addendum that was released today, along with a formal response. So we've responded to that letter just the same as the other formal letters we received. There's also a recommendation regarding making a statement of overriding considerations along with the overall findings for the project. There are 3 Class 1 impacts. As Dave mentioned, there's significant impacts on 101 at build-out, which is pretty much true of all large projects. There's also cumulative air quality impacts as well as greenhouse gas impacts, and those also are very standard on large projects of this sort throughout the county. So the statement of overriding considerations would be the findings the City Council would make to accept those impacts based on social and economic benefits. There is information in there to support the findings based on the production of additional housing, the short-term economic benefits related to the construction of the project, and then the long-term economic benefits related to the operation of the hotels in terms of jobs as well as tax generation. Project also provides important infrastructure in the way of the right-of-way for the South Vine realignment, and then it also results in 97 acres of permanent ag and open space preservation that would not happen if the project did not occur within the city. There's also the development agreement. So this is basically a contract between the city and the developer for how the project will be processed over the term of the entitlements, which is a 20-year term at this point. South Vine Street realignment, how that's organized, timed, funded, is also covered in the development agreement. There's provisions for how existing agricultural wells can be used for ag irrigation purposes only. And there's also provisions for affordable housing fee and a requirement for a local preference of contractors and buyers. And as I mentioned, there is an addendum that was posted today for the public as well as the Planning Commission. There's a number of exhibits in there. One is the tag letter and the formal response to comments. So we're recommending that the Planning Commission add the tag letter and the response to comments as Exhibit D to Resolution A for the EIR. We've received additional public comments. Those are for the Planning Commission's information and will be attached to the Planning Commission minutes and forwarded to the City Council. There's a change to the development agreement, section 307 text edition. So we recommend that you add that as an amendment to Exhibit A of Resolution I. And then throughout the resolutions, we have the wrong chairperson's signature line. So the chairperson's signature line needs to be changed to Roberta Jorgensen in all of the resolutions. And that will conclude staff's report. Now, we have the applicant ready to make a presentation now, Madam Chair. Would you like that presentation now, or would you want to ask questions first?
I think it would make sense to have the presentation first.
Okay, so give us a second and we'll switch over to the applicant's presentation. Give us 1 second. We're still getting the presentation queued up. Oh, it's up now. Go. Just trust your screen.
What's that?
Trust your screen.
Oh,
It's
okay,
on your
showing-
screen.
Okay, it's on, but it's not up there.
It's not going to show up there.
Okay, all right. All right, well, good evening, and I am Jamie Jones, and I have the pleasure to provide a presentation tonight to go over the Gateway project. I'm one of many on a team, and my team members are sequestered in an off-site location, and they will be available for questions to help supplement any information and questions that I cannot answer for you. But I would like to start by thanking the commission for taking time out of your weekend to review the staff report. It was a lengthy staff report, and we really appreciate your efforts on reviewing that on a holiday weekend, and then also the time that all of you took to come out to the project site and walk the site and let us share with you the project on the land, because I think, as you know, once you're out on the site, this is a pretty special site and a pretty special project. So we were glad that we were able to have you all out on the site. So we look at this project as, I termed it a destination within a destination. I mean, Paso Robles and the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance, or the Wine Country, is it's a destination. People are coming here. We're strategically located between San Francisco and LA, so we've got a lot of tourist traffic coming. And what we're looking with this project is really to create a world-class wine country destination within the city. And we're excited to become part of the city through the annexation. And what we're looking at with this project, it will include a mix of complementary uses, the lodging, conference center, places for people to live, places for people to shop, places for people to come to celebrate special occasions such as destination weddings. And it's a place for not only visitors, but that our locals will enjoy through eating out with the restaurants and coming to what we're hoping to see some wine tasting rooms, places to taste distilled spirits, and really creating a place where people want to come, where they want to be, and where they want to stay. So the project site is 170 acres. The development is clustered into 5 distinct envelopes. There's the opportunity for up to 425 hotel units, but 80 of those, and we'll go through this in a little bit more detail, may be residential. Its uses are looked at a mix of tourist and neighbor-serving commercial uses. We have workforce housing. Majority of the site is retained in agricultural and open space. You can see on this slide the areas in the lighter colors that are faded back. Those areas will be either planted with agriculture in the form of vineyards and orchards or retained in natural open space. The project also is going to support implementation of the regional transportation improvement of the Vine Street realignment. So I'm going to walk you through the project. We're going to start with the Hillside Resort, Spa, and Bungalows. This is located up in the northwest corner of the property. And this is the world-class destination resort complex. The quality of the experience and the architecture was inspired by the lodge at Torrey Pines, as well as the Bernardus Lodge and Spa in Carmel. If any of you have been lucky enough to visit those places, you know what this project will bring to the city. There's a total of 225 hotel units, with 199 of them being in the main lodge building, and then another 26 cottage units that are clustered to the west of the lodge. It will include a significant amount of indoor conference center and banquet areas, 20,000 square feet. That's something that we know has been in high demand and something that those in the North County have been looking for an opportunity to have a place to have conferences. It will also include a restaurant and a pool and outdoor experience spaces and a luxury spa. As Warren walked you through the site plan, this is the main lodge located here, and then the bungalows to the west. The spa it's on the higher point of the property up behind the main lodge, and we have parking to the east, and then a lower parking lot which will be used for overflow parking and to support the conference uses. So when we're looking at square footages, the restaurant area is approximately 5,000 square feet. Meeting and banquet areas are around 20,000 square feet. The spa, 7,000 square feet, and then the remaining of the property being with the guest rooms and suites. And on this slide, it gives you an image of the Hillside Health and Wellness Center. This is the spa. There will be opportunity for personal services at nails and hair salon. There will be weight room, massage, places for exercise, including classes for yoga, Pilates, and those sorts of uses. Next, we'll go over to Area 5, and we have 2 options in Area 5. And the first option we'll walk through is the recreational resort community. This has the multifamily zoning with the resort lodging overlay, so this is really unique. And it's programmed for 80 residential units with duplex and triplex floor plans ranging in between 1,600 and 2,300 square feet. And these are intended to be full-time residences on individual parcels, but there's a lot of flexibility that we've built in to the programming, and that's aided by the resort lodging overlay. So these are likely, they can be primary homes, they could be second homes, they could be generational family home investment homes. They're unique and flexible use of the residence. They can be owner occupied, or they could be rented. They could be rented long-term, or they could be rented short-term. And they are, the short-term rental opportunities are different than what we're used to seeing in our county, where the short-term rentals are integrated into existing neighborhoods. What this is this is an area that it's a resort community. So whenever somebody's coming in and they're buying, they're understanding that this is going to be a resort, and there is the opportunity for short-term rentals. And the short-term rentals will be managed through the resort. So if a family's coming into, they want to stay at the resort, but they need a bigger space because maybe they have a family or two coming, they can, instead of staying up on the hill in one of the suites of the resort, they can rent a fully functioning house. And so we think that this is a great opportunity for families. When they are in the short-term rental pool, they will be generating TOT for the city. And the owners and the visitors the owners as well as the visitors will have resort privileges. So if you're staying, you're renting one of the homes, you do have the opportunity to go sharing the experiences up in the resort. And same with the owners, and that's going to be managed through a resort fee. The resort fee for the property owners can be an annual fee, it can be a monthly fee, and then the resort fee for the individual units will be can be just charged as part of the stay. And again, I think it's important to reinforce that when someone's purchasing purchasing a house here, they're really making a lifestyle choice. So they understand that they're moving into a community that's going to be really oriented towards recreation. The second alternative that we've provided is the recreational resort alternative that includes strictly hotel units. And this site plan shows the main lodge. Oops, sorry. Shows the main lodge with up to 41 rooms, and then 59 bungalows nestled throughout the site. Under this option, there would be amenities such as the restaurant, spa, pool, and event areas. So this becomes its own little resort area. Under this scenario, the two resorts would be operated separately and would not be interconnected. And now we're going to take a drive down Vine Street towards the north, and this is Area 6, Vine Street Commercial. This is general office and retail uses, 22,000 square foot, 2-story building. And the next area I'd like to run through is the Vine Street Vineyard Hotel and Village Commercial Center. This is where we see really a retail hub as well as a highway-oriented hotel. This hotel brand will probably become a mid-range brand, really looking at attracting the shorter stays, whereas the Hillside Resort will be catered towards longer stays. And this has a mix of shopping experiences, mix of shopping and experience-oriented businesses. So looking at the architecture, agrarian in nature, and the final architecture plans will come before you through future plan developments. But this includes 100 hotel units, 27,000 square feet of commercial, where we've planned for a market, a restaurant, retail, and office spaces. And this will also accommodate the 17 residential units on the second and third floors of this building highlighted here. Area 4 is the Promontory Center. The Promontory Center is 24,000 square feet, and it is a 3-story building. This is nestled in the northeast corner of the site. It's nestled in and amongst the oak trees. And Warren touched on the landscape plan. The landscaping is very important to this project. Significant effort went into the project to ensure that the development envelopes fit into the land and not vice versa. So we did not want to modify the land to fit the development. So as you noticed in the site visits, there's some really unique spots on the property where we were able to nestle in the different envelopes. And the landscaping is really the key to making sure that all of that effort that we put in to make sure that the grading conformed to the topography, that we were putting the buildings in the right place. The landscape plan, we didn't want that to be an afterthought because we think it's really important to make sure that the final product fulfills the vision. So I'd like to run through the economic benefits of the project. We, a couple months ago, we enlisted the services of Beacon Economics. Many of you are probably familiar with Chris Thornburg if you've ever been to an economic forecast in our county. Beacon is very familiar with our county and the economics and the drivers of SLO County, including specifically the North County. So the economic and fiscal impact analysis looked at the construction expenditures, the operations expenditures, and they used what's called the M-Plan modeling system to then look at the economic impacts that this project brings, and I should say economic benefits that this project brings to the city as well as the county of SLO. So looking at the construction expenditures, these are the impacts related to just the construction of the project. We're talking, their analysis came up with over $103 million that would be generated just under the construction expenditures, 684 jobs, labor income of over 48 million, and local tax revenue at 1.4 million. And then going on to the ongoing expenditures, this is, it came out to over $183 million, over 2,000 jobs, labor income of over 65 million, and local tax revenue of 9.3 million. The project will facilitate the realignment of Vine Street, and this is consistent with a 2016 settlement agreement that was entered into between the city, Quorum, and Senco, the property to the east. And that settlement agreement outlined the cost allocation for the Vine Street realignment design and improvements, the land exchange and dedication for the realignment, and then specified that all of this, the land exchange would be perfected through the lot line adjustment. And the lot line adjustment is one of the action items for a recommendation to the City Council. So I think everybody understands the importance of the realignment of Vine Street as it's very, very important for improving circulation at this interchange. And these improvements were approved previously by Caltrans in 2009. And Caltrans did complete an initial study, and that initial study has been wrapped into the environmental document that you will be recommending certification on. And I think we look at this project as ensuring that the realignment of Vine Street is completed in the most expeditious and economic manner possible, as approval of the project results in the conveyance of right-of-way to the city at no cost. If you have ever been through an eminent domain process where a city or an agency has had to acquire property through eminent domain for public improvements, that's a lengthy and expensive process. And as part of the settlement agreement, that will be the right-of-way will be given to the city at no cost. In addition to the right-of-way dedication, Quorum will pay a significant amount of, sorry, I lost my slide. Will pay a significant cost of the design and construction of the realignment. And as indicated by Mr. Athies, the South Vine Street realignment, even without completion of phase 3 and 4 roundabouts, it will create an improvement to the interchange. And we will not be able to occupy a single door at the resort until this improvement happens. So this will happen first. Some other project benefits include ag and open space preservation. As part of the annexation, LAFCO Policy 12 requires that any prime agricultural land on the site needs to be mitigated at a 1-to-1 ratio. And as indicated in the slide shown, the area in blue is land that is qualifies as Class 2 soils based on the NRCS rating. Although it's not irrigated, it still meets the LAFCO definition of prime ag land. And so implementation of the project requires that we provide conservation easement that is equal to or greater than the ag land that will be converted. And we, when we were talking about this issue with LAFCO early on, we talked about opportunities if they would prefer off-site mitigation versus on-site mitigation. And the consensus was that the preference would be to conserve the prime land on site. So what we've shown and highlighted in green is the area that will be covered under a conservation easement, and that area will be required to be planted with vineyards. Another benefit that the project brings to the city is it will be building 17 workforce housing units. And in addition to the 17 workforce housing units is through the development agreement, the applicant has agreed to provide payment of fees to the city to support the city's future affordable housing efforts. And the city does not yet have an inclusionary housing ordinance, so we didn't have a fee to go to try to come up with a reasonable, what we thought was a reasonable fee, since the city does not have fees in place. So we relied upon the fees that the county adopted in summer of 2019 as the basis for the affordable housing fee that we proposed in the development agreement. And with that, I'll conclude with just reiterating that what this project is about is creating a destination luxury resort and providing additional commercial development to serve both tourists and residents. It will provide a unique housing opportunity through the development of the resort community. As outlined in the presentation, it will provide a significant economic benefit to the city. It will contribute to affordable housing fees, and we will comply with the terms of the settlement agreement. And I think we all recognize we'll be contributing to the regional transportation improvements by facilitating the construction of the Vine Street realignment. And with that, that concludes my presentation. We have the rest of the team available to answer any questions that you have, and I thank you for your time and listening to my presentation.
Do we have any other applicants who will be speaking at this time?
No.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Warren?
There are no other presentations, so we're ready for questions.
All right, thank you. All right, commissioners, it's time for questions of staff, and I believe also related to this applicant's presentation so far. This is a huge amount of information that we have to go through, and my suggestion for the question part of our meeting tonight is to go in the order of seniority for commissioners that we did last time, which would be Davis, Kogler, Neal, Castillo, Christensen, and Gibson, past chairman, and then chairman pro tem, and then seniority. I guess I would encourage commissioners, but this is entirely up to each of you. I would encourage you to ask questions related to what we have just heard. And if you have, and we all probably do, have real specific questions as we dig into the resolutions, maybe we could hold off on them so we can make some headway on this, but I leave that to each of your discretions. So Commissioner Davis, would you like to start out?
Good evening. Can you hear me, Roberta?
Barely.
Okay, I'm going to.
Oh, that's better.
Awesome. I have some echoing going on, which is driving me a little crazy.
Okay, Sherry, we can't hear you again.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. Whatever you're doing now is.
So I'll try to start here. So starting with the most senior member, oh my goodness, that's pressure. So I guess I'll start asking. Let me just ask.
Sherry, we still cannot hear you.
Is there any way that I can get rid of the echo?
Sherry, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
It's very muffled.
Sometimes getting rid of the echo means making sure your speakers are turned off and only your mic is on, because you're reverbing back through your speakers and into the mic.
Or potentially, Sherry, if you're talking on the phone and you had your mic on, that'll give you an echo. And if you could use your computer and not the phone, that might solve it as well.
Let's try that. Can you hear me now?
We still have an echo.
Yeah. Okay, let's try this now.
That's good.
Okay, let's try that. All right.
Oh, that's great, Sherry. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. I'm that senior person, but I don't necessarily understand technology that well. Okay, one question that came up, and this is to Warren or Darren. It came up as I was listening to the presentation, and I saw on one of the maps the Senco property. Could you just clarify? I know this might be a side issue, but could you clarify if that is already annexed into the city, or is it still in the county, and if they have an entitlement to their hotel yet?
Yes, let me answer that real quick. Okay, can you see the slide up here? So the Senco property is this area shown in red, which is currently designated as regional commercial. So it's within the city limits. There is a 125-room residence inn hotel that is approved on this parcel, which is about half of the overall Senco site. That's currently in building plan check and could go into construction very soon.
All right, thank you. And I know that's not this applicant, but it's neighboring here. So I guess Jamie kind of answered a question I had about agriculture. I was happy to see that the preservation of the ag land was going to be happening there on site. And so I thank you, Jamie, for that. Question of staff. Regarding grading, I am not an engineer, but I did read about an import and export balance. As a sixth generation native of San Luis Obispo County, I'm very interested in this development, preserving the natural beauty and contour of the areas as much as possible. And so could you talk to me a little bit about the grading, and I'll just leave it at that.
So I'm going to have the city engineer address that, but if you look at the phasing map here, the two phases, the areas that are colored are the extent of the areas that will be graded. Everything that's not in color, the white areas, is not graded as part of the project. So the grading plan has been designed specific to the development envelopes, and in that we've spent a lot of time minimizing the visual impacts of the grading. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dave for the cut and fill details.
Thank you, Warren. So it's my understanding that the area shown on the screen that is purple will have a borrow pit. So they'll take dirt from that area in the purple and use it on the blue. In terms, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head. The area is not very large. It is approximately the size of just the center portion of the purple area. But the applicant's engineer is on the phone, and they can give you detailed descriptions of the cut and fill balance. And as Warren mentioned, just to add to that, the first iteration of the plans had a lot of 2-to-1 slopes and other large fills and cuts. The iteration you see now has been toned down, and the applicant has done a good job of minimizing the cuts and fills around the site and using the natural topography to accommodate the project.
So I think Pat Fusco, the applicant's engineer, is available as well. Pat, are you there?
I am, thanks.
Go ahead.
So as David said, the grading's minimized. Our whole approach was to blend into the natural topography as much as possible. So we're using contour grading that it mimics and imitates what's out there. Overall, it's a couple 100,000 cubic yards of earthwork. And over a 40-acre site like this, that's not very much. It's about a 3-foot difference up or down on the site. So it's very minimal grading, but still some grading. And we're going to borrow from the purple to finish the blue and then finish the purple later. And it balances so there's no trucks leaving or coming with dirt. It's all balanced on site. And lastly, just so you can appreciate, there's topsoil. The top 6 inches of the soil out there is the rich, biologically active soil. We're going to scrape that off and save it and put it back in the landscape areas. So the plants will be very happy.
All right. The reason I was asking the question is in the EIR, if you look at some of the drawings, it's just kind of hard to get a feel for it. And this particular image is much, it is a little easier to understand. So I'll leave that for now. Again, I don't understand cubic yards, but I have heard from you, Mr. Fusco, that there's an effort to fit into the contour of the land as much as possible and not moving as much dirt as one might think.
That's right.
Okay. I think I'm going to jump down to, I'd like to ask a question on water. Could you explain, Darren or Warren, is this in the Paso Robles water basin? I saw a reference to the Atascadero subbasin. Is this all Paso Robles water basin?
So I'm going to turn that over to Dick McKinley, our Public Works Director, to answer the water questions. Dick?
Sure. Great question. This is actually in the Atascadero Basin, not in the Paso Robles Basin. Further, it's at essentially the downhill terminus end of the Atascadero Basin. So it's in the best place in the Atascadero Basin that it could be, because water runs downhill and literally puddles up behind the Rinconada Fault. And so, but this is in the Atascadero Basin. It is also fully served by City of Paso Robles drinking water system. So.
Can I follow up on that? So you're saying the water for the whole development is through the city's water infrastructure and not from their existing wells on the property?
Actually, that's a great question. The wells on the property will be used only for agriculture. So there's some ag on the property, and there's some ag on the part outside of the annexation area that's owned by the same owner. So they'll keep 2 wells. They'll abandon 4 of their wells, which is good news. They'll keep 2 wells to use for agriculture only irrigation. They'll meter those wells, and in the development agreement, there are limits set for how much pumping can come from those wells. I think it's a great balanced answer to the situations. It protects the city's drinking water customers, and it protects agriculture. So I think it's a nice balance. It should work very well.
And Dick, the reason I asked that question, I think in one of the letters there was concern by a nearby neighbor and drawing from the water underground reservoir. So I had to ask, to what extent is this whole project being serviced by groundwater on site?
So just the agriculture parts is all. And again, even that is pretty significantly limited by the by the annual volumes that they can use through the development agreement.
Okay, now I'm going to give you another question, Dick, so don't go anywhere. You know, how okay, in a drought situation, I'm going to think like a resident who might be concerned. In a drought situation, how reliable is the extra acre feet that within the realm of the city of Paso Robles able to accommodate the community in a drought situation?
Okay, so everybody has out your pencil and paper, right? So we do, every 5 years by state law, we do what's called an urban water management plan. And it lists what our water supplies are, and it lists what our full build-out demand will be. And that full build-out includes every inch of the spaces to be annexed. It includes every house that's going to be built. It includes all the hotels, all the retail, all the restaurants, all the everything. And so right now, our current water use for the drinking water system, we have 3 supplies now, and we've just finished the 4th. So we get water from the groundwater system from primarily the Paso Basin, but our Thunderbird wells draw from the Atascadero Basin. And again, down at the bottom end of the Atascadero Basin where the water tends to pool up. We have water from the Salinas River, which we harvest through wells. So even when you can't see the water flowing in the river, it's flowing there. It's just under the ground. And so we have a good water supply there. We, as you all know, have a significant supply of Lake Nacimiento water, which we can use and was primarily purchased by the local ratepayers in order to have water to help support growth. And then we just completed having the outfall from our treatment plant be able to produce recycled water, which will help us not use our drinking water for irrigation, but to be able to help that supply also. And that's a supply that will continue to grow as the community grows, because every house that discharges to the treatment plant connects to the recycled water supply. So here's the paper and pencil numbers. So right now, we use 7,000 acre feet of water a year. An acre foot is 1 acre, 43,560 square feet, 1 foot deep, or about 320,800 gallons. That's a good size Olympic swimming pool, a really big size Olympic swimming pool. And we use 7,000 acre feet a year currently. Our urban water management, here's the slide, so this will help you for not having to write it down. Our urban water management plan says that at full build out, everything, that we will need 9,519 acre feet of water per year. And the blue numbers on the side show you how much water we actually have available in those years. So basin wells, river wells, the Nasi supply, the recycled water supply. So we will need 9,500, but we will have over 17,000 acre feet per year available. That's so that we have, exactly to your question, that's so that we have a diverse supply, and so that if for some reason we can't draw as much out of the basin wells one summer, or something else happens, that we still have more than enough water to meet that full growth.
Okay, now maybe a more pointed question. In the documents, there was reference to at build out at 2045, an extra 617 acre feet. What was that in reference to? Was that a drought condition?
So how many acre feet did that say?
It said there was a reference to an extra 617 acre feet per year for build out at 2045. So I'm just trying to see what kind of reserve we have.
Actually, when you look at the slide that's in front of you and you look at the blue numbers and the 9,519 total supply next to that, it means we have almost 8,000 acre feet of extra supply.
Okay.
That's our cushion so that on a really bad day, we still have 9,519.
Now, I don't see a blue figure next to Nosmiano Water. Is that not, would that be where you would pull in at a reserve in a drought situation?
So are you looking at the table that says water supply?
Yeah.
So in it, along the right-hand margin of that table, I added in what our actual supply numbers are. When you do the urban water management plan, you only show as much of your supply as you need to get to your build-out amount, the 9,519. The blue numbers in the right margin are, and they may not look really blue on your screen, but the numbers standing beside in the right margin are how much those supplies actually are. So 4,000 acre feet per year for the basin wells, 4,558 acre feet per year from the Salinas River wells, 6,488 acre feet per year from the Nacimiento water supply, and 2,200 and growing acre feet per year from the recycled water. That's over 17,000 acre feet per year. So not only do we have adequate supply to meet full build out, but we have it in such a way that if for some reason our river wells aren't doing very good that day, we crank up the Nasi supply and a little bit of the other supplies and still are doing fine.
Okay, thank you. I am familiar with the water management plan, but you're refreshing my memory on some of the resources. Right. Okay, I'll switch to another topic here, and I do have a couple more questions, and I might have more later, Roberta. Regarding height of the 4-story hotel, I just want to ask this of staff. Do we have any 4-story buildings currently? Is this stepping out of the norm?
Yeah, we currently have a number of 4-story hotels that have been built in town. The Oxford Suites is actually a 5-story hotel that was most recently completed.
Okay. All right. As I looked at the major hotel, I was pleased to see that 4th story was only encompassed about 20% of the mass of the project, but I did have to ask a height question. And I think I got my workforce housing answer done. That is apartment complexes, correct?
Can you repeat that again?
Is the workforce housing, is that apartment complexes? And my follow-up to that, is that for people who live in the resort on the lower income, or is it open to the general public?
So the workforce housing is rental apartments. They are available to anyone, so they're not restricted to just employees of the resort.
Okay. And the 80 units, if that's the option, what size lots are envisioned for those? They're not lot sizes then? Or are they, I don't even know the, yeah, what's the answer to that question? Are there separate lot sizes, or is it all part of the main plan?
So the intent would be that second step would be the small lot tentative tract map that would come through, and then we would identify the lot sizes at that time. We don't have that level of detail, but typically when you're looking at duplex, triplex, you're probably looking at 4,000 to 5,000 square foot lots would be my guess.
And moderate or moderate and above income level?
They would be above moderate, so they'd be strictly market rate.
Okay. I have a question for Dave again on traffic. And I think we might be talking about this more. I'm guessing. I saw a lot of comments on traffic. But Dave, in your crystal ball, and let's say the phase 3 infrastructure improvements at the intersection of 101 doesn't happen, will the S-curve of South Vine Street realignment accommodate the traffic counts? I mean, you said it will improve. talk to me some more. What if those other options don't happen?
So this project, that's a good question. So this project with the Vine Street alignment mitigates the traffic trips that come from this project. So approximately 5,400 plus the AM and PM peaks. Those are the PM and AM peak are what we really look at in terms of traffic operations. The project itself stands on its own with just the Vine Street realignment. So there's no, if the roundabouts take a long time to go in, this project, its traffic is mitigated with the Vine Street realignment. So does that answer, is that the question you're getting at? I'm not.
Well, I know that there are a lot of people concerned about the traffic congestion now, the existing. And what you're saying is it would improve it with the development from what we know now.
Yeah, and I just like to define improve. So right now the intersection operates, the 4 or 5 signals operate together. So it's a system. They don't operate independently. They have to operate together because of their proximity. So when you take out the signals from South Vine Street, there's a lot of green time, what we call green time, now available for the remaining signals. And so that we're going to put that green time in conjunction working with Caltrans into the signals down there at the off ramps. Now that does 2 things. It gives people more green time to get on the freeway or off the freeway. And so that's been the cues we see now are related to a lack of green time and clearing out those cars in the area that's being highlighted now. So with additional green time, it allows those queues to empty, and then it provides basically more capacity. You have more green time, your what we call delay, the traffic speak, the delay at the intersection actually decreases. So it improves with the project into the cumulative. So that's the 20-year time period we talked about that we evaluated. So it's not a lot in terms of the improvement, but it doesn't degrade, which means it doesn't go to a lower level of service. And so the project itself stands on its own just with the Vine Street realignment.
Okay, that's what I needed to hear. Don't go anywhere. I have a question on entrance and circulation. I understand where the entrances are located, and in your opinion on that S-curve, are those safe left-hand turn lanes into the residential area if you were coming from Theater Drive or you were coming westbound or eastbound on 101 and you get on that S-curve going into the development? Are those safe turns? That's a two-way street, correct? Is there a turn lane there?
Yes, there'll be a left turn lane into the residential portion. There'll be a left turn lane into the Area 6 Vine Street Commercial. And there'll also be 2 more left turn lanes into Area 1 and into the entry monument area that's shown on the screen. So all of those will have left-hand turn pockets for folks so they can wait until they have a gap in traffic and then make that left-hand move. For the area that is the residential portion, they'll have that left hand, it's what we call a 2-way left turn lane. When a gap in traffic occurs, people will be able to do either a single left turn out onto Vine Street and head northbound, or they can do a dual movement left turn, which is get into the center turn lane, which everybody has experienced at one time or another, and then once the traffic clears, they can merge into the travel lane northbound and head towards Paso Robles. So as designed, it meets it's not going to be a hazardous condition.
Okay, thank you.
That.
Roberta, I have just a couple more questions. I'm sorry. I was first, and maybe I'll have more later. I hope that's okay.
Sure, that's fine. They're good questions.
In terms of, and I go back to my grading question and kind of the contour of the development, I'll ask staff, is there any image that can show the view if I'm driving on 101 of this development so we know context?
So I think probably the best image that we have is this view here of the Village Center Area 1 and 2 as seen basically from Vine Street heading north into town, which would be a very similar view that you would see from 101. So if you look at the site plans, if I can get to a site plan, you'll notice that along the entire frontage, it's all open space. So usually we have development usually 20 to 30 feet off the road edge. Here, not only do we have a slope, but we have a couple hundred feet of setback distance. So the first building that you see from the road ends up being a couple hundred feet off the road with a landscaped buffer area and a topographic change. And then architecturally, you end up with really high quality architecture that fits the basically resort theme of the project. So I think it's a combination of all those features that gives us confidence that this is really going to fit in well on the site.
I guess the reason I asked is right across the way when Firestone Walker was putting their tanks in, we wanted to know the height. We wanted to see that from 101 north and southbound. Admittedly, that is a lot closer. And so I just wanted to know if there was something where I could view the project in its entirety as I was driving by. I do have some comments on monument signs, but I think a lot of that will come back to DRC as I heard in your presentation. Is that correct?
So the large highway signs, there's one 35-foot or 30-foot, monument. I think there's four 17-foot monuments. Those will come back for a CUP at Planning Commission. So let me pull those up really quick so we can see what we're talking about.
The reason I asked 30 feet is pretty tall. I think that's something that we might want to talk about.
Yeah, it sounds tall. So here's the tallest sign. There's one of these. This is the 30-foot sign. It happens right here next to the Village Center. Keep in mind that the sign at Target is 35 feet. So this is 5 feet lower than the Target sign on a much larger site. And then these are the secondary signs. I believe these are 17 feet. There's one up here, there's one here, and then there's kind of both the entry points along the 46 Gateway. So these signs, this is the concept for them. They'll come back for the conditional use permit. There's some other sign elements. Those will come in as part of the development plans with those phases.
Yeah, I realize this is a destination within a destination. I understand the theme, but I certainly don't want it to pull from Paso Robles. I really want it to be embraced into Paso Robles rather than standing out as two separate and having a kind of like a city monument. That's something that we could talk about later, but that was an impression. And I did have a question, and this will be my last one for now, on the phase vesting. Can you explain what that means? Is that for purposes of rezoning, or the very last resolution H has to do with phase vesting and subdivision into 17 parcels? Can you explain that? I'm not familiar with that process.
Yeah, those are kind of technical terms that are added on to just the tentative map. So typically a tentative map just subdivides land. We add the term vesting if they request a vested right with that map. That was something that was added a couple decades ago to protect development rights of a map. And then they also add the provision for phasing, which allows the map to be recorded in multiple final maps, so they don't have to record all 17 lots in one final map. They could choose to do it in smaller sub-phases of final map. So that's why we call it a phased final vesting tentative map.
So let me just ask you this. This is where my question comes from is, should some of these parcels be sold off? What reassurance? Is it the master plan that there would be some continuity in the style and look of the overall development?
So we go back to the zoning. That's really the purpose of the special condition J overlay. So you'll notice that every parcel has this J suffix on it. That's going to tie back into the zoning ordinance. So there's going to be a section J in the zoning ordinance that basically says that this is all subject to this master development plan that we're talking about, that it requires the additional plan development plan phases for each one, and then it locks in the uses. So pretty much everything we're talking about tonight gets locked in with special condition J.
Okay. One more question. I said that was my last one. I have one on oak trees, and it's not so much about removal. I think you clarified impacted doesn't mean removing. It means there's going to be an effort to preserve those, and 15 will be taken out and 15 will need a dedicated effort to improve them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then I do have a question, and maybe it'll come out later, regarding the landscape plan. I noticed that there were, on the master landscape plan, there were trees like, oh gosh, I can't really remember all of them on there, but what wasn't on there were oak trees. Is there any plan to incorporate more oak trees? I know they're saving a lot and there's a lot in the open space, but is that part of the landscape plan in any way?
So I'll have Jamie Kirk respond, or Jamie Jones respond to the oak tree replanting.
Sure. Jamie Jones, Kirk Consulting. And yes, we will plan to incorporate oak tree plantings as part of the overall landscape plan. And what we were trying to show here with the landscape plan that was provided in the packet was really more so that the shrubs and drought tolerant plants that would be able to take quickly whenever they were planted, so that we would have as as small a window as possible for revegetation on the site. But we do have mitigation requirements for oak tree plantings, and we'd be happy to incorporate additional oak tree plantings as part of the landscape plan.
Okay, thank you. I know you mentioned how it was important, in context with grading, and, the landscape plan is a critical piece. So keeping the Paso Robles oak tree as a focal point is kind of where I was coming from.
And we appreciate that, and we hear your comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Roberta, that'll do it for right now.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Davis. Good questions. Commissioner Kobler, questions for staff and for the applicant.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few. A number of them I had actually were answered in the context of the presentations that occurred. Starting maybe with a staff question, many of us still have the echoes of the short-term rental discussion bouncing around in our heads. And help me understand very specifically how the multifamily with resort overlay, the 80 units, go in and are differentiated from the short-term rentals that occur in other portions of the community, namely the downtown or the residential zones. The two areas, Area 3 and Area 5A, have bungalows or casitas, I think the terms are used. And I assume those are, in both of those cases, would be resort owned and rented, just like detached lodging rooms, if you will. But if 5B occurs, my understanding is they will be owned by private individuals who have the option of putting those in a rental pool managed by the resort. And help me differentiate that between a series of homes that might be in the community managed by a management company. Is it the underlying zoning, the fact that it's the RL or the RL overlay that causes a distinctive difference there, or what is it?
Okay, those are good questions. So Let's start with the bungalows or the casitas units around the hotels. Those are strictly lodging units, so those won't be permitted as residential units, and their only use will be for lodging purposes. Now, when we get to option B, which is the attached single-family product, that's where we do have the option for them to either be full-time residential or they could be short-term lodging units. So what makes this area different than other residential areas in town is most of the other residential areas in town are just zoned for residential only. And since they're zoned for residential only, that was the question, is were they permitted to be used as short-term rentals through kind of like an Airbnb type rental? And that was the nexus or the purpose of the whole short-term rental ordinance, was basically to answer that question. So because those were exclusively zoned residential areas and the zoning code had no provision for them to be used as short-term rentals, we had to create an ordinance to deal with it. So that's what the short-term rental ordinance did, is it defined what was the allowable short-term rental use within residential zones, what were the operational requirements, and what were the limitations. So with this project moving forward from the get-go, it's going to be zoned residential, but it will have the resort lodging overlay. So it will be, at a zoning level, it'll be identified basically for lodging or short-term rental purposes as well as residential. So it's going to be zoned to allow for both of them. Because it'll be zoned for both of them, it won't need to be under the short-term rental ordinance. And then because it's part of this master plan J, that'll create the provision that there'll be a management mechanism through the overall master developer about how these will be managed, which will also prevent the need for it to be under the short-term rental ordinance.
Okay, thank you. In several places in the EIR document, particularly related to transportation, there were various discussions about expansion of transit and expansion potentially of Route 9, or specifically routes A and B. There was discussion about transit stops being a part of this, and all of that is great, and all of that is certainly supportive of this project, and it helps with the transportation goals overall. But is there a commitment or some kind of a nod from slow RTA that this will actually happen? What assurance is there that the transit improvements that are talked about as part of the EIR and part of the EIR mitigation responses actually come to be?
Well, there's limits to what the city or this project can guarantee in terms of what transit services are available, since those are provided by an outside agency. So this project will cooperate with providing facilities for stops so that we can accommodate it. Right now, we believe that those routes would provide service to the site, and that's what we'll design the project to accommodate. But in terms of guaranteeing expansion of services or routes in the future, that's just kind of always been a collaborative process between the city, SLOCOG, and the RTA, and that will continue to be the case moving forward.
Okay, so at some point in the future, there's going to be some assessment of ridership and demand and determine whether or not that works, and hopefully it does.
Yes.
So tonight we've got I think there's 9 resolutions or so that approve a variety of things, one of those being the master development plan. And you've talked about how a component of the signage will come back for CUP. Talk, if you would, a bit, Warren, about when the Planning Commission takes an action, presumably, if, let's say, to approve the resolution related to the master development plan. As more detailed plans come in the future for areas 1 through 6, or even the Ag 7, what will be the review of those? Will that largely be a staff review? Will anything that changes obviously would come back to the DRC or perhaps the commission if it's a significant magnitude of change? But as long as things come back consistent with the concept plan that we're approving tonight, Is there any other planning commission or DRC review as a part of this?
Yeah, this next level of development plan will require planning commission approval. So anything that goes to planning commission goes to the DRC first. So the process will be is these future development plans will come in, staff will review them, we'll get them ready for DRC review. When DRC is satisfied with them, then they'll move on to planning commission for final approval.
Okay, thank you. And then just one last kind of larger scale comment, and I'll get into more, I think, when we get into the master development plan, but it seems that first of all, it's very sensitively designed. The way it lays into the hills, the architecture, I think, is quite appropriate for the site. The landscaping is complementary to everything. And so I certainly think the designers have done a great job, and I'm sure staff's had the thumbprint on some of that as well. The only kind of glaring deficiency that there seemed to be to me on the master development plan was the lack of a connection between what I'll call phase 2 to the south and phase 1 to the north in the form of pedestrian or bicycle connection. And it was talked about a few minutes ago that the grading plan is going to be borrowing material from the second phase and using it in the first phase. I assume that implies there's going to be a haul road that's going to go between those two areas of the site. It seemed to be a natural connection point potentially for this. I also noticed that on sheet A, I think it was 7, which we can get into later, it appeared as though actually a connection was stubbed out of one of the design components. And so we can defer this perhaps a little bit to later, but I think we need to address connection between these two, because if this is trying to be an environment where people don't have to drive from one point to another, I don't know how that's done potentially without some kind of connection between the two. With that, I'll hold on any other comments specific to resolution items till later. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Kogler. Commissioner Neal?
Yeah, I too have questions on the development agreement or conceptual master development plan, and I'll bring those up at a later date. I do have a question, though, on the 80 surplus density units and how they're applied to the Highway 46 resort area. If the intent of that is to allow for vacation rentals, wouldn't that then remove those from the consideration under the surplus density units and not go to our, master plan or general plan housing numbers?
So the way the surplus density calculations work, it basically is how we calculate the build-out population of the city at 44,000 persons. So when we issue residential permits, basically we're tracking against the total number of residential units assumed in the general plan at that build-out number. The City Council in 2013 passed a resolution that recalculated how the maximum number of residential units would be calculated. And based on that, we ended up with about 600 additional units that could be allocated to general plan amendments. 97 of those units were allocated to this project. So when you pull a permit for a residential unit, be it an apartment or a single family unit, it needs to be consistent with the general plan. So in this case, that's why we needed those 97 surplus density units. So because these units are permitted as single family units, that's what they're considered. And there is no restriction on using them as single family full-time dwellings. So they have to be consistent with the surplus density unit policy. Now, obviously, if they're used as short-term rentals instead, that's a slightly different impact. It's a little bit less of an impact than a full-time residence, but because they can go back and forth indefinitely, it's appropriate that they be considered and permitted as full-time residential units.
Okay, and then a follow-up. If waiting on the decision for option A or option B, these 80 units would then essentially be held in abeyance for this property?
Yes, as long as they have the option to build the 80 residential units, we'll have to keep those units reserved. When and if a hotel is built on this site, then I think the City Council could revisit that issue and see if they want to reallocate those units somewhere else.
Perfect. That does it for me. Thank you.
All right, let's see, where are we? Commissioner Castillo, do you have questions?
Yes, Chair. Appreciate that. I also appreciate Commissioner Davis.
Leo, we can't hear you.
Oh, hold on a second. How about now?
That is good.
Okay. I appreciate Commissioner Davis and Commissioner Kogler's questions because they answered a lot of mine. But I did want to, I don't know if you covered it with this question with the short-term rental ordinance. And I heard most of it, but did you say that the permits that are allowed with our ordinance don't apply to this at all, correct?
Could you repeat that? You're a little garbled. I didn't get that clearly.
All right. Let me do this. Sorry, my AirPods are not working. Is that better?
That's much better.
Okay. With the short-term rental ordinance that you're saying is not applicable to this property, that also means that the permit process does not apply to them at all, correct?
Right. They won't be required to obtain short-term rental permits, and they won't be subject to any of the restrictions of the short-term rental ordinance.
Now, whatever restrictions are in place for this property, who develops those restrictions? The resort or?
So the way that it's envisioned is that when they come in with the development plan for this area, so if they in the future decide to develop these 80 units, they'll come in with that development plan. At that point, as part of that process, we can review and approve whatever that management plan is for the short-term rentals.
Okay, perfect. And then something I noticed, maybe it's not in there or I haven't seen it. Property lines, as far as border goes for any type of fence or property line distinction, is there anything in play right now, or are we just looking at a open space to separate this resort area to the neighboring properties? So I'm not seeing, and I know we normally have fence lines and what material will be used, but I'm not seeing anything like that. Is that just not in this right now, or is it just not going to be a thing?
So are you referring to the overall project property lines or within like the residential zone?
Mainly the overall property project lines.
So let me refer that over to Jamie.
As we come in for individual development in the envelopes, there's an expectation that we will have a fencing plan that will be included in that application package. There will, specific to the agricultural areas, there will be traditional deer fencing that will be provided around the vineyard areas to keep the deer out. Does that answer your question?
Yes. And then that is the open ag space. Is it strictly going to be vines, or are we looking at anything else? Is it going to be allowable for the resort people to wander through the vineyard, or is that something that's not going to be an option? I'm just thinking foot traffic and that topography.
Right, so we've provided some different options for agriculture on the site, and it includes, the bulk of it will be vineyards, but we've also suggested some areas with orchards. And as part of the conceptual master plan that we've provided, we have envisioned walking trails being throughout the property so that there is an opportunity for those that are visiting to get out and walk the site. But it's that careful balance in that you don't want to integrate the trails right into the middle of the agriculture, but looking at having them more located on the perimeter of those uses.
Okay, and that's all I have for now, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Christensen.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Perfect. All right, thanks. Small question to Warren. And I didn't catch all of the changes. I know you made some corrections for the signage, the chairperson listed for signature section. Did you also refer to in the first resolution A, there looks like under item.
You know, we're getting some feedback now. It's kind of scratchy. Can barely make you out.
Give me 1 second here. I'm gonna change that up. Just give me 1 second. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there's a background buzzing that's really distracting.
1 second.
The buzzing's gone.
I muted my mic. Can you hear the buzzing now?
It's the same.
Okay, well.
Just speak loudly. We'll just get through it.
Okay, sounds good. Section 3, Resolution A. Well, I'm just curious, I didn't hear the change, all the changes. When you were mentioning the changes, I just want to point out Section 3B. I think you mentioned the Olson South Chamber Ranch Specific Plan. Under that section, I was assuming that it was just a mistake from one of the previous specific plans.
Okay, so we had in Resolution A a reference to the wrong project. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we'll catch that. So, Darren, make a note of that, and we'll catch that in the final motion. So we'll add that to the motion to correct those typos.
Thank you. I have to say that I agree. A lot of the previous commissioners covered a lot of ground that I was wanting to ask about. So I do appreciate that and their attention to the detail. Kind of back to the options between option A or option B for the residential development. You answered the question on the units and why they, be allocated. Can you give a projection of time for that decision? When we might say when those units will either be used or become free again? Do you have any sense of that time frame at all?
So the question is just when to expect a decision on whether they're going to move forward with A or B. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm just looking for like a general sense of, can we say, okay, 10 years down the road, we might see a decision on that. 15, I know they're not going to tell us exactly because they've got the option. But I just out of curiosity, if anybody has kind of projected that time frame at all.
Okay, I'll refer that over to Jamie.
And I'm going to defer this over to Tom Noya and Mike Ferlotti. Tom, can you chime in and answer the question? Did you hear it?
Well, in the current condition that we're in, I would say that we're looking at somewhere around 10 years before we will fully understand everything that's transpired and what direction everything is going to be going in. And much of the decision on the direction that this property is going to take will be based in part in the Hillside Hotel and the development of that hotel and how it then drives this ancillary project. So I would say 10 years would be a safe bet that we would have a direction.
And since I've got you there, is there a reason, well, it's an answer, Lord. It doesn't matter. So I apologize. I'll let you go. Thank you for that answer. I appreciate the help in understanding that. I have a question back towards Mr. Affey. There's been a lot of discussion about the interchange on the south side and some of the traffic impact, and I can appreciate the detail that some of the commissioners have gone to on that. I guess one of the questions I have is maybe you could elaborate, are there any plans to help mitigate some of those smaller ancillary roads that come in onto South Vine, maybe even all the way back up to Tyler Canyon? Does the city have some type of plan in mind to kind of help with those as well? I mean, if we're going to pull out from Serrano Largo and want to go left, with the new traffic amount of travel on there, that might be really dangerous.
So it was a question about some of the existing driveways on South Vine.
Yeah, some existing feeder driveways, and then the road maybe even all the way back up to, where did I say?
So I'll refer that over to Dave Athey.
Tyler Canyon. Yes, for Dave Athey, please.
Yes, so right now there is no plan as part of this project to look at those those driveways off of South Vine or the different Tyler Canyon Road, Cuerno Largo, or the other minor streets. There is no plan to put stop signs in or do any kind of improvements for those streets. They would continue to operate as they are now. They would have to wait for a gap in traffic and then they could access Vine Street. Did that answer your question? It was hard to hear it.
Yeah, no, it does. I think it does. Thank you. So pretty much we don't have any direct plans. We have no current plan to help facilitate that flow of traffic that's going to increase in South Vine. I'm just kind of reiterating what you said, I think. And I think that would take me to another question on the J overlay. Kind of drilling down into that, Warren. One of the things I remember mentioned, I think maybe when I was on the site visit from Ms. Jones, that the vineyards, for example, that area was going to be, there was a requirement for it to be $400 per acre value. Was that correct, Jamie?
Yes, that is straight out of the LAFCO requirements for definition of prime agricultural land. I think what I heard you refer to was the crop value per acre. Is that what I heard?
Yes, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and that's why we put that in to the language for the prime ag one-to-one offset requirement. Is the EIR was initially written to require that in order to qualify for prime ag land, that the vineyards would need to be irrigated. And what we've seen with Mr. Frulati's grapes that are located to the west of this property is he's really not using a lot of water as part of his ongoing and existing agricultural operations. So we looked at just referring back to a value per acre in the event that we're able to, with different rootstock and different vines, if we're able to maybe have the potential to dry farm this vineyard.
Okay, so with that in mind, when I was going back through the J overlay, the Ag PDJ zone portion, one of the kind of questions that came to mind because of that was, vineyards are beautiful, and I think that sounds like a nice idea. My concern was that J overlay refers to some other allowable uses there that, I have a couple questions to that, and we can drill down into that later. But I think maybe that's an area that we should take a greater look at. I think that there's a little, it mentions beekeeping and cattle and horse and sheep grazing. I'm not sure if that's, maybe I'm, confusing the two, but it seemed to me that it's not very clear in that J that it refers to that $400 an acre or some similar use and how that's going to be maintained or monitored. And so if you've got any answers on that, Warren, I'd appreciate it.
So I think, if you look at J, the uses that are allowed within the PD are more permissive than just vineyard only. But I think as we go through the LAFCO annexation process, there's a series of agreements and requirements that are going to be levied at that level that will lock it in. And I'll kind of refer that to Jamie just to clarify.
Right, and remember, we have two different things that we're working with here. Is we have the requirements of LAFCO for annexation that require the one-to-one offset that covers a requirement for the 32 acres plus or minus that will be required to be preserved in the permanent conservation easement, ag conservation easement. And then we have the remainder of the agricultural zoning, which we will be more permissive and could include additional uses beyond the vineyard. But we do have, first and foremost, we have an obligation to meet the requirements of LAFCO for annexation for conversion of the prime ag land.
Okay, so thank you, Jamie. I appreciate that, and I understand. I think I understand what you're saying. I guess for my concern is in the future, as we move beyond this, and we, let's say, the vineyards are no longer something that are valued to that owner. What restrictions or what say will we have over that type of use other than what's listed in this J overlay? And which seems very vague to me. Maybe Warren, you can refer to that in a little bit, and give me a little bit of your thoughts. I'm just a little unclear how that's going to be moving forward.
Well, I think through the annexation process, we're fairly confident that the vineyard replanting requirement is going to be required as mitigation for the prime ag land impact. So I think anything in addition that we tried to add through the zoning or the master plan just doesn't seem like it's necessary and may end up being more cumbersome. So that's the thought that we've had to this point.
And okay, so to that point then, I guess my question is, where, I guess, I'm trying to understand where the language came from for the J overlay, if we're basically all under the understanding that this is going to be a vineyard, and that's pretty much the one-to-one, allowable change there. I'm not sure that I quite understand why it wouldn't be important at this point in time. So maybe that's for later discussion to go down into. Thank you.
Okay.
I think that another question I had were maybe it's more towards Mr. Athey again. I'm not sure who maybe to pose this to, but maybe the staff in general. So when we move to the resolution H in regards to the annexation and the vesting of the phased vesting tentative tract map. One of the things it talks about in there is the grant. There will be a granted right to the city to enforce the CCNRs related, to any one of these particular final tract map approvals and items there. I guess my question is that something? Do we have a history of that? Is there a method or process to that now that we have, and what might be an example of that?
Let me repeat your question because I'm not sure I caught all of it. You were asking about the potential enforcement by the city of CCNRs for a project. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I know that the city will have the authority to review and approve or disapprove them, or even any amendments. I guess my question was kind of more to the effect of their right to enforce the CCNRs.
So in terms of the city, we typically don't get involved in HOAs or CCNR enforcement. This would be something that would maybe be a health and safety issue or some kind of other issue that the city, under extraordinary circumstance, would want to step in and enforce those CCNRs. Let's just say they weren't funding their maintenance mechanisms or something else, and it was creating a hazard or some type of health and safety issue. I could foresee something like that. I don't personally know any history of the city doing that to this point, but we do reserve the right just in case something goes wrong in the future.
All right, thank you. I think that the last thing here I just kind of wanted to echo after reading various areas in this is Commissioner Kobler's comments about the interconnectivity. I know we talked briefly about that on site for the site visit, and I appreciate the answer, but I think it is a concern. I think it's something that I agree with him that maybe should really be taken into effect if this is a destination within a destination. I really, I think that having that interconnectivity is going to be extremely vital for the overall project. And what concerns me about that is the fact that if these can be sold off in individual parts, that would add another concern to that level of making sure that that was something maybe that happens. So anyway, I'll end with that, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Ty. Ty, can you check in with Darren? We need to get your audio fixed because this isn't going to work throughout the night. But why don't you check in with him and let's see if we can try something else on that. Back to you, Roberta.
Okay, Commissioner Gibson.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
You sound loud and clear.
Awesome. So I'm going to take your respect your suggestion, Roberta, and I have quite a few questions actually, some of which have been asked and answered. So I appreciate hearing those. So I'm going to just ask a few questions, and it sounds like maybe we'll have a chance to come back and have a second run at it. So I'm going to address my questions specifically on, I think, topics that were as part of the presentation, and starting with David Athey had mentioned in passing that there is a draft cost share memo floating around, and it's referenced in the EIR and several of the documents. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around exactly what that draft share memo is. So could staff or David specifically, if he's the appropriate person, inform me or maybe the other commissioners what the purpose of this cost share memo is and who the parties are?
Certainly. This is David Athey, city engineer. So the cost share memo actually doesn't have anything to do with the Gateway project. It has to do with the improvements at the interchange in terms of what are the major jurisdictions and their responsibility. So for instance, the regional share, which is represented by the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments, the state's share, which is represented by Caltrans, the county's share because of points west of this interchange and their impact on it, and the city's overall share of the entire city at this interchange. And so that process is ongoing, and what we're doing is working together with our project partners to come up with those percentages for each of the agencies, potentially what they would be responsible for at this interchange based on the cost estimate. That is ongoing, and that is ongoing also with the Main Street interchange. And the city is actively working, like I said, with our partners on that. Now, in terms of the Gateway project, they're responsible for mitigating their project-specific impacts, which is wrapped into the realignment of Vine Street and their share and cost of the cost for that realignment. So they're really two different things. They're running in parallel right now. I know that the different agencies had responded to, had brought those comments up, but they're really not related to the Gateway project at this time.
Okay, thank you. So moving on, my next question is along the lines of, there was a comment, I believe, that something to the effect that the developer was going to be giving or contributing a right-of-way contribution and that somehow that was free. I just want to get clarity on that. My understanding is that the settlement states that settlement agreement states that the right-of-way contribution will be credited towards requirements for the transportation improvement funding, meaning that the actual funding, cash or monetary funding, would then be reduced. And that further that the, in my reading, my understanding is that the developer will be responsible for the cost of building the South Vine realignment, except for the bridge and the traffic control devices, but that again they will be an offset of developer fees. Is that correct or not?
Iris, are you on the line? You want to answer that? Iris Yang, are you available? So we're going to have the city attorney answer that field. So go on to your next question. We'll try to get the city attorney available.
All right. Awesome. Thank you. So Warren, I maybe direct this question to you. It's been touched on or glanced upon, but the pre-zone plan calls for the new land use zoning of the resort lodging RL. But it's been suggested, and you're saying the city really needs this zoning. Could you maybe just go into a little more detail about what the significance of what this new land use category does and why is it needed throughout Paso Robles? I mean, what's it doing for us that we're adding it now?
Well, right now we don't have a zone that's specific to a resort, lodging, motel, hotel type use. Typically that happens either in a commercial zone or sometimes we have what's called a parks and open space zone that also allows it. But they also allow a lot of other uses. So if we wanted to basically guarantee or pin down a use that it's really going to be resort lodging, it's a lot better to have a specific use than just a generalized commercial use that could be resort lodging, but could also be a lot of other types of commercial uses.
Okay, so my understanding from your response, Warren, it would be accurate to say then that the RL provides a more narrow land use opportunity than the existing land use that we would otherwise use?
Yeah, that's very well said.
Okay. All right. Next question.
And I think Iris is on the line now for the question. Iris, can you hear us?
Yeah. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. So with respect to the question about the cost of the South Vine Street realignment, the settlement agreement provides for an exchange of property between Senco, which is the portion of South Vine that's on the right side there, and then and Quorum. And that exchange of property will then allow Quorum to dedicate all of the right-of-way that's shown between the bridge on the left and the boundary of what's currently the Senco property. The agreement also provides, and this is reflected and memorialized in the development agreement as well, that Quorum is responsible not only for the dedication of that right-of-way, but then also for paying all of the costs of the portion of Vine Street that is on the existing Quorum property. So that's that sort of arc to the left that connects to the bridge. The city would be responsible for paying for the costs of building the road to the right, the portion that's sort of at the bottom of the Senco property right now. There will be a credit that would be applied for Quorum against whatever transportation mitigation fees that would be otherwise required to pay as a developer of that project. So there is going to be some, offset of the traffic mitigation fees, but any cost over and above that, for example, if the cost of the road, their portion of the road exceeds the transportation mitigation fees that they would pay, they still have to pay that. In addition to that, Quorum is also going to be paying for a portion of the costs that are associated with installing the utilities in the portion of the road that the city is otherwise responsible for. Because, and all of this would be done at once. Nobody wants to build a road and then tear up the road to put in the utilities. So all of the utility lines that would be required for the entire project would be installed at the same time. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. So, can you give us some sort of a ballpark, an idea when you're indicating that Quorum will be dedicating the right of way? What amount of credit that they would be anticipating receiving from the city?
I don't know. I don't know that that's been estimated yet, but maybe Warren or David,
This is David Athey. I do not have an estimate on that cost.
Okay. All right. Okay. We can move on. Thank you. So my next question, and probably for David, is that you talked about and had up a slide that showed the South Vine coming on to Highway 46, and it occurred to me to ask, right now the traffic that is eastbound headed towards Highway 101 normally queues up to the left to turn on to South Vine. So what plans are there, if any, for the new queue? There would seem like we still need a queue to turn left. Is there any plans for Highway 46 to have another left-hand turn lane or a queue lane to the east of Theater Drive? To the west of Theater Drive?
So we're currently working with Caltrans, and we don't have, I anticipate we're going to have some type of left-hand queue there. The exact length will depend on traffic counts and the engineering that goes into that. And once we get comments back from Caltrans, we'll know exactly what that has to be, but I anticipate some type of left turn pocket west of the Theater Drive signal.
Okay, and David, is that something that Caltrans would contribute to, or is that solely on the back of the city?
I believe that'll be the city's responsibility.
Okay, all right, thank you. So my next question is actually more of a comment at this point. Thank you for my fellow commissioners. I just have a similar question or concern in regards to the 80 units being considered short-term rentals. So maybe I'll ask it this way. Can staff please address LAFCO's recommendation regarding the percentage of the units that this would be allowed, or the current expected vacation rental stock, and any idea on any numbers on how this would impact the city?
So I think LAFCO was raising issues about the overall regional housing needs within the county, and then how a project like this may be impacting it. So I think the thing to keep in mind is none of these units exist today. These are all going to be new units. So we're planning that these units, these 80 units, would be potentially above moderate income single-family ownership units, for which we don't really have a housing shortage of those types of units or a demand or need. And if those were chosen then to be used for short-term rentals, they wouldn't affect our existing housing supply. We're incorporating these units into our regional housing needs allocation. These 80 above moderate income units won't be part of meeting our affordable housing requirement needs. So our assumptions with our new updated housing element for low, very low, and moderate income housing units will be provided in other locations in the town. Now, the 17 workforce units will be factored in as providing workforce units, but the 80 won't, and therefore the loss of those as short-term rentals. There aren't any restrictions on how many can be used or for how long, so we don't see that impacting our overall housing supply, since there's other projects and sites that we can accommodate our housing needs in throughout the community.
Okay, all right, thank you. So my last question for the moment is that in reading the pre-annexation and development agreement, it seemed like half or more of the exhibits were missing. They're actually blank. So you just refer to, like, I'm starting with exhibit E and F and continuing on a little bit, that they're just blank pages. But in reading the agreement, these are very important documents because they are referenced and incorporated as part of the agreement. So are we going to have an opportunity to see those exhibits and look at them? And just for the reference of people just listening, so exhibit E, for example, is the fiscal impact study. Exhibit F is the preliminary plan for the Vine Street alignment. G is Vine Street realignment elements, and those exhibit I is allocation of Vine Street realignment costs. Those are all blank. So
this is Iris. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. So those exhibits actually are prepared. They're in close to final form. The fiscal impact report is actually, I think, included in the agenda, and that's the report from the consultant that talks about the fiscal impacts that the project will have. And it was summarized in, I think it was in Warren's presentation, about the number of jobs that would be generated, the number of dollars that would be generated, that kind of thing. So that's one of the exhibits. Another exhibit on the cost allocation is and it's intended not to be the final definitive allocation of, because we don't really know what that final costs will be until the final plans have been prepared and approved by the parties. But what the exhibit shows is an estimated allocation in terms of what percentage of the Vine Street that would be attributable to the cost of putting in the utilities. We know that all of the costs of Vine Street on the west side between the current Senco property line and the bridge will be borne by Quorum. So that's 100% of Quorum's cost. The cost of Vine Street to the east of that portion, that sort of curve that's currently on the Senco property, a portion of that cost will be borne by Quorum, but that portion is really the cost for the utility trenching that's going to be necessary. So that's what that exhibit will show. Let's see, the conservation easement, which is one of the exhibits, is also should be a part of your agenda packet, and that's there as well so that would just be physically attached to the agreement. Let's see. I'm not sure. There's a phasing plan, which is again part. I think it's included in your agenda materials. The legal description and the map of the site are part of the EIR, and those just need to be pulled out. The development. The well agreement is also part of the your agenda packet, so that's in there, and that would be attached. The well agreement, the conservation agreement, the easement agreement, the the last exhibit, which is the preferential hiring and rent of units. Those are all final. So I don't think, I'm not sure. I think everything that covers all the exhibits.
Oh, yeah, I guess my concern is that the Planning Commission is being asked to make a recommendation, and we seem to be missing a significant portion of a legal agreement. How would you suggest that, just I guess in general, whoever wants to jump on this hand grenade, how do you suggest that we handle that?
Well, I mean, I think that most of the exhibits really are included in the different portions of your.
Yeah, I'm going to respectfully disagree. I don't see the information there. You are correct that some of them are there, but the one starting with the fiscal impact study, which is the Exhibit F, preliminary plans. There, Exhibit G, the Vine Street realignment, and Exhibit I, allocation of costs. I mean, I just speaking for myself, I would never approve a project without knowing those type items that I was getting into. So I'm just curious how we're, what the proposal is to handle that.
So real quick, the fiscal impact analysis is in your staff report. It is Exhibit A1 of Resolution A. It's on page 100. So that document is available for your review.
All right. Okay, well, I'm not hearing any other answers, so I'm going to go ahead and yield my time and let the other commissioners ask their questions, and hopefully, like I said, get a chance to ask some more questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Gibson. And I think we can bring your last question back when we get to going into our deliberations, when we start going through the resolutions. Maybe get a little more clarity. I have a couple of just follow-up clarifications. Is the resort management of the 80 resort residential units, we're hearing that it will be that all those units will be managed by the resort versus the individual owners. Is that in the agreement is that in the development agreement, or is that something that is documented and agreed to by all parties? Because if that resort was sold or attitudes changed and it's, 18 years from now, what if that changes and then people are just told you're on your own, go, get on Airbnb or whatever? Is that a requirement in this document somewhere?
So I don't think it's as clear as it probably should be. So it would probably be a good idea to clarify that further, both in special condition J, as well as the conditions of approval for the conceptual master development plan, about exactly what the expectation is for the short-term rental management plan.
Okay, so that would be part of the RL zone and the J overlay that we would clarify there?
Yeah, it probably would be something you could put in both locations for clarity.
Okay, all right. Well, I have a follow-up question on the RL zone then, since we're talking about that. Is that, without the J overlay, is that a zone that in the future could be used elsewhere in the city, whether for in-town sites or if there were another larger development on another edge of town? Or is that purely for this location?
The resort lodging is intended, it could be used in other locations throughout town. So we've had some other projects that probably would have benefited from this sort of designation, and I would assume in the future we'll have more resort-type projects proposed, especially around the airport area.
Okay. I would just think then that the J overlay allowing these short-term rentals needs to clearly be in the overlay and not in that zone for use in the future. There was mention, and I have to tell you, I don't know where, in all those 600 and something pages, there was mention of options for condominium legalizing condominium structure. Warren, can you clarify where that was and what that was all about?
So the intent of the condominium provision in the map was for a commercial condominium of the commercial space in that village center. It wasn't intended for the rental apartments. So the apartments, the 17 workforce units, are required to be rental units. They can't be subdivided and sold.
Okay, thank you. And then my last clarification, Jamie, is on the economic analysis. I didn't see a time frame for any of those for those figures. Is that intended to be the life of the project, which is assumed at this point to be 15 years of the project development, 15 years?
And my understanding, and Tom Noya, if you can jump in and help me on this, the construction related, the first numbers that we went through were really over the life of the construction of the project. So that will be incrementally as the project is built out. So those could be realized over the course, if it takes 10 to 15 years for the project to be built out. Those benefits will come in incrementally as the project is built. And then as far as the ongoing, looking at the tax revenues, those will be annual. And it's my understanding that those other numbers are meant to be on an annualized basis. But Tom, is that your understanding of how Beacon prepared that component of their analysis?
Beacon on the income stream prepared it at full build out. But once it's fully built out, then the project then realizes all the revenue streams that are anticipated. So you have two components. You have the ongoing operations and the revenue that generates, both in terms of jobs and property taxes, sales taxes, TOT. And you have, in essence, the one-time events that transpire through the construction and build out of the project, which could take place over the course of the development of it. And it's really, that's market driven. And God willing, we don't have another COVID event, then this is going to happen that much sooner.
Okay, I guess I understand. I'll have to go back and look at the economic report again. I just didn't see a time frame and anything there, so I just found it confusing. Okay, is it for my questions for now. Thank you. And so, commissioners, I think it's time to open the public hearing. We did receive, the commissioners were emailed this afternoon, a number of letters from the public, and I wanted to acknowledge that it was sent to us as an addendum to the agenda for this evening. I trust that we've all read those. I know I did. And we have, it looks like we have Martha Wilson on the phone with public comment. So I'll open the public hearing. Ms. Wilson, if you could tell us your name, your address for the record, and give us your comments in about 3 minutes, please.
Martha Wilson, 46 Cuerno Largo. the concerns, but the one I'll zero in, what will happen to the drainage around Cuerno Largo Way just north of the project?
Why don't you give us all your questions and then we'll answer them at one time.
Okay, well, the diagrams of 4.17 on page 107 show a negative cut or cut out of land. So we're concerned about the offset of all this building from Cuerno Largo.
All right. Did you have other question or comments that you wanted to give, and we'll answer those together?
Well, will Cuerno Largo become just an alley behind retail stores? That's a problem that I can see. Okay. And there's no view of the hotel from the north looking south. So what's going to the back of the hotel look like, and what about the lighting? There were a lot of comments about subdued lighting, so I'm concerned about that. Okay. And are there plans, and somebody already answered this one, there are no plans that I know of for stop signs or traffic signal at Cuerno Largo, because projections add 5,280 auto trips a day. But the fact that this project takes 10 years kind of delays that problem. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other callers on the list, so can we ask staff to respond to Ms. Wilson's questions about drainage, concern about creating an alley behind the retail, an alley type space, the north side of the hotel and lighting, and traffic control at Cuerno.
Okay, let me bring up an exhibit here so we can get ourselves oriented. So that existing street here is just on the north side. So there's a little bit of grading here north of the Promontory Center, but not a significant amount of grading there. Same thing with the parking lots along here. So they have been designed to minimize.
Warren, I'm sorry, I don't see a cursor or anything where you are.
Oh, sorry about that.
Can you outline first the street?
Yeah,
Okay.
the street is right here. So the area that I think is the primary concern probably would be the Promontory Center, which is this area right here. There's some grading right here on the upper corner. There's minimal grading along the property line there. The building's set back probably 50 to 80 feet from the property line. There was a mention of lighting and glare. I think those impacts will be minimal. There's a requirement for all commercial lighting to be shielded type lighting facilities. And then these edges will be landscaped. So I think the project's done a fairly good job addressing this northern property line. In terms of the traffic issues at the intersection, I'll defer that to the city engineer.
Thank you, Warren. So the project will transition to the project driveways that are at where this little call out says phase 1 on your screen. And up here at Cuerno Largo, there really is no access to the project at that location. The road will begin to widen because of a left turn pocket here at this location. So in terms of drainage, there's a basin that serves this development here, and it'll continue to drain to the location it has to this date. Corona Largo's drainage, in terms of the transition at that end of the project, will need to be handled and appropriately in the design, and will be, depending on what that looks like and what we need to do, then the applicant will be required to do that work up there as part of their frontage improvements. So I'm not sure if that's exactly the question that was at hand, but that's the answer to that question.
Could we, Warren, see does the master landscape plan give us a concept of the edge treatment on that side of the site?
So I'm going to refer that over to Jamie. Do you want to bring up an exhibit, Jamie?
I do have an exhibit that just details the grading in that section, if it would help to have the Fusco engineering team walk through it, because there isn't, when we're looking at the grading plan, most of it's at grade along that property line. So I'll pull that up.
Why don't we do a screen share? Let's bring up the exhibit and then everybody can see the details.
Sure. Is that sharing on your end?
So this is Pat Fusco, the engineer. I'll just clarify what you're looking at. That's our proposed grading for the site. It exactly matches the existing hill on the north. So there isn't any disturbance or grading along the entire line. Furthermore, it's as the staff said, the buildings and everything are set way back, and there's a steep hill just off this exhibit that makes it so you can't see it. And finally, there's groves of trees that are ghosted onto the plan right there, you see them. So that's in effect what you'll see for landscaping, but still we have our edge landscaping and so forth. What else can I tell you? Yeah, oh, well, the applicant actually owns the property as well, but that's kind of immaterial. It's a benign interface. There's no friction at all on that line. No grading, no drainage, no lights. Everything is matching existing. You can't see. What else can we do?
And then I'll add, as part of our landscape plan that will come in for the development plan application for the construction of the Promontory Center, that will include a final landscape plan that your planning commission will review at that time.
That's colors, plants.
And I assume that will also include elevations of all sides of the buildings?
Correct.
Like, for the development agreement. So then we'll have more detail on the architectural, what the architecture will look like from the north at that time. All right. I do not believe there are any other public comments. So I will close the public hearing. And I guess it is time to start our discussion of our deliberation of our 9 resolutions. Staff made a suggestion that I think we might, could people mute your microphones who aren't speaking? Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, can we do a sound check with Commissioner Christensen real quick? He's trying a new mic. Let's just make sure that's going to work.
Can you hear me now? Is this any better, volume-wise?
It's better. That'll work.
Is it clearer?
A little bit.
Okay, thank you.
I think that since we have 9 resolutions to go through, and rather than have general discussion, realizing that a lot of these resolutions have probably overlapping topics, but rather than just have going through the commissioners and having a generalized discussion, if we go through each of the 9 and have just general, maybe almost a straw vote, but not an official one, of which of these resolutions are going to take a while to really understand and get through all our concerns, and which may need a little bit of clarification but are not going to take a significant amount of discussion. And then maybe we can zone in on the more complex ones. Does that sound reasonable to the commissioners? If I just go through resolution ABC and so on, and maybe if we just go around and say big issues, not many issues, something like that, just to see where we stand on these, is that, if that seems acceptable, let's give it a shot. So resolution A, which is the certification of the EIR, and if I can just hear, just go around, just say if it's a big issue.
Madam Chair, are you going to go through some sort of roll call, or you just want us to?
Let's do a roll call. Davis? Sherry?
Can you hear me?
Okay, barely. Is this one that'll take extensive discussion, or we can do quickly? Why don't we do it this way? Let's do it this way. Commissioner Davis, look at your list of the 9. It's on page 3 of 8.
I would think, Roberta, that F for sure, I think we would want to talk about, and probably A and F are probably the 2 most important. That's my opinion. Can you hear me?
Roberta, are you still there?
Commissioner Kobler? Sorry, somehow I got muted. I bumped my mouse, I guess.
So just to clarify, which were the 2 resolutions of concern for Commissioner Davis? I heard A
and F.
A and F. Thank you.
Yeah, I would
clarify just more discussion there.
clarify more discussion there.
Yeah. Commissioner Kobler?
I would agree with those, and for me, it's F even more so than A. Thank you.
Okay. And Commissioner Neal?
I'd like to talk about probably F as well.
Okay. Commissioner Castillo?
I agree with F.
Okay. And Commissioner Christensen?
I would say for me, it would probably be F and probably E, maybe H.
E, F, and H. Okay. Commissioner Gibson?
My concerns, or the most questions I have, are on A, F, and I.
Okay. All right, that's good, thank you. So F is definitely our biggest concern of discussion, not maybe of concern, but our biggest amount of discussion. And then A second, and then I would add, well, I didn't add mine, I would definitely say F Probably E. And and that I'd agree with Commissioner Gibson, there's a lot of missing information. Okay, then what I would suggest that we perhaps start out with our two most, the two topics that have the most discussion required, and they definitely overlap, and that's A and F. So maybe we just combine those right now. And so let's try and address as much as we possibly can issues related to A and F, which is the EIR certification and the development plan. And I'm going to go through the same order of commissioners for discussion, and we will start with Commissioner Davis. And just to be clear, we're not ignoring the other resolutions. We obviously will get to every single one. We're just trying to do this in the order of the most discussion. So between A and F, Commissioner Davis, go ahead.
Did you say A or E?
A and F, the EIR and the development plan.
Okay. On A, I guess maybe there is, perhaps this comes back to staff. The appendices, I had trouble downloading those. So that was kind of a question in my mind. I tried in a couple of computers. Was that located somewhere else?
So the appendices consist of all the technical reports that were prepared to support the EIR. It's 238 megabytes. Due to the size and number of pages, there's over 1,200 pages. It was only provided digitally on the city website, which is very typical for large environmental appendices.
Okay. I was concerned that maybe I wasn't seeing the full picture there. I guess in regarding response to comments, I think staff did an excellent job in responding to the many comments in the EIR. I think the feedback from the public is really important to me, and I think the EIR process, I'm disappointed we didn't have much feedback in our input in our public hearing here tonight, because I'm concerned a little bit the weekend and COVID and some other things are getting in the way. So I guess that's where I was coming from with my statement about, the public input regarding A. Perhaps that is more relevant to the public input on the master plan, which is F. But that was where I was coming from with, and that's all I have.
All right. So Sherry, those were you didn't have any other specific comments on those?
No.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Kugler? Specifically on F?
Yes. Relative to A, first of all, this is my second EIR that I've experienced, and it was a bit of deja vu when it comes particularly to review of some of the significant and unavoidable impacts. We see air quality, we see greenhouse gases, we see inconsistency with climate action plan. If memory serves, a lot of that was what we saw with the last specific plan, and I assume, Warren, it's something we'll see again with Beechwood. Is that a correct assumption on my part?
That's correct.
Yeah, they're significant, they're of note, but I don't want to minimize this by saying they occur commonly with large developments, but that certainly seems to be the case. More of my comments, I did have a number of EIR related comments, but they've all been covered tonight. I originally had thought too about maybe some explanation on the arena, but I backed off of that. I don't think that's that germane to this because I think it's adequately addressed. Regarding the concept master plan, I won't reiterate word for word, but the concern I raised about the connection between phases 1 and 2, and I think fellow commissioners supplemented that with comments about, what if there's a change of ownership of components of portions of this, and being under multiple owners makes it harder to accomplish something like that in the future. So I think every effort to provide circulation internal to this site as well as external along the existing bikeways and so forth is critical long term. There was on the site and landscaping plan metal fencing shown along at least portions of the frontage, if not all the frontage of Vine Street. And I was curious if that does run the entire area where it abuts the roadway. I know the fencing was brought up before by I think Commissioner Castillo as well. And then consistent, my last comment on the master plan is, I think, consistent with other comments I heard from commissioners, the signage, the scale, the frequency of the signage is a bit of a concern, and I think bears a little bit further review. So those are my initial observations and comments, Madam Chair.
All right, great. Thank you.
Commissioner Jorgensen, I just wanted to indicate that I thought we were just talking about A when I made my comment. So I would like to echo Commissioner Kogler's concerns about signage if we're going to also talk about the master plan. I thought we were just talking about A at that time.
Oh, no, it's A and F. So if you have other comments in addition to that go on F, please go ahead and make them.
I think it was regarding the signage and, the process and the number there on the corridor there off of the Vine Street corridor and the size of the marquee. I think those were things that I'd like to talk about some more.
Okay.
There was something, and it's, this may not be the right place to talk about it, but it was more, I think this would maybe come back to DRC, but it's just, here's the 6th generation cowgirl again, but the actual barn looked a little bit more Midwestern to me than it did Paso. So I think that's something that I just want the project developers to kind of think about is that a barn fits in, but the octagon shape where points didn't quite seem to fit into the feel of the overall development and Paso. So those were some comments that I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Neal.
Thank you. Regarding the architecture, I think the Hillside Hotel and the Highway 46 Resort were pretty well thought out and had some detail that was something I'd expect to see. I was disappointed and in fact felt that the architecture on the promenade, the Village Commercial Center, the Vine Street, as well as the southern commercial was something less than inspired. And to echo Commissioner Davis's thought, the gambrel roof is not really a form we see in the Central Coast nor the North County. What we typically see is a simple gable, sometimes a raised center section on that gable, more akin to the Santa Margarita Ranch barn. And I would hope that we could kind of go towards that as a form and not the gambrel roof, because that is not something we see locally. And I know we will see these things again, but it's just some thoughts that may help when they come forward. Also, on the orchards, the choice of the almonds, I understand that historically there were almonds on this property, but as we all know, almonds are a pretty thirsty crop, if not the thirstiest, other than alfalfa and maybe rice. But we would probably, I would think, want to stay away from such a thirsty tree, even though it does harken back to the history of the site. So realistic, that was just a couple of my quick comments, and that's it for now.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Castillo.
Yes, Madam Chair. My issues are with the fence line that I had mentioned earlier, as far as aesthetics go, material usages, and the signage too. looking at the pictures, it just seems a little gaudy, but that's just my opinion. So those are some of the things that are sticking out to me right now.
Okay, good. Commissioner Christensen.
Yes, I'd like to just echo some of the commissioners' points. I would strongly agree with Commissioner Kogler on the interconnectivity. I think that was one of the most important things to me.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Christensen, agree with Commissioner Kogler on what?
In regards to the interconnectivity,
okay.
I think that was one of the most glaring items that I noticed in the entire project. And I understand that, you know, there will be separate ownership. And so Madam Chairwoman's point about the resort or the residential units as well is a concern. I think that that should be addressed a little bit better, maybe in the language. But one of the things that I think overall, I can tell that they've gone to great effort, it seems, to make it so that it's not going to be an eyesore from 101 or Vine Street and be welcoming. Although I would have to agree that some of the architecture looks a little plain in some of the commercial spots there. One of the other things I would like to respectfully disagree with Commissioner Neal. I personally, growing up in this town, can appreciate the beauty of the almond trees and remember the hillsides full of those blossoms so often. And I really hope that they do try to keep that incorporated in some way for some of the aesthetics there, for visual, and that brings back some of the history of this town that I think has been so wonderful. Other than that, I think that ends my discussion on these two.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gibson.
I have general agreement with all the previous comments by my fellow commissioners. I'm going to stay out of the almond tree discussion, but I think the project overall, they obviously have done a lot of work, and if this project is done correctly, I think could have a tremendous benefit to our community. But the topics that I still have significant questions are starting with, and mostly in the A with the EIR, that they talked about agricultural buffers and the right to farm, but I've been here long enough to know that there's been other agricultural enterprise like the stockyard in Templeton. They started building houses around, and pretty soon all the ag around that disappeared. I'm just wondering if there aren't any stronger guarantees or title or deed restrictions other than a ordinance that could be changed at any time. We guarantee that they have the right to farm and that we don't lose that ag land at some point. Another significant concern is also in the IR, they talked about the, and specifically in the LAFCO letter, they discussed the two sewer main line segments that would receive the flow, and then there's an option A or a B, and that the applicant could have, but assuming that the applicant chooses, the timing of that is that as soon as the applicant pays their fair share contribution, that they're good to go, but already those sewer lines are maybe at capacity or capacity deficient. So it seems like there's no real plan for how to address that. So we'd have a project start. We already have capacity deficient sewer lines. Also in the EIR, there's discussion of water rights and some pushback or concern from some of the other governmental agencies in regards to terminating the wells. And then seems to be an agreement that that's going to happen, except that there's significant increased capacity or drawing of water that's being suggested in the wells, going from a current 4.13 and 8.25 acre feet respectively of the two active wells, to asking for a drawn to water of 54.4 acre feet and 102 acre feet. So dramatically increase the pumping of water. So I have a concern along with the neighbors, one neighbor's letter that was sent in as part of the agenda addendum, just trying to seek some sort of justification or explanation for why we're suggesting dramatically to increase the pumping of water. I brought this up to staff on Friday that in the EIR 4.9-15, there's a suggestion for mitigation that they're going to reduce some of the road lanes to 10 feet from the standard 12-foot lane. And I just have a really strong reaction to that. We've seen that happen in other parts of our community in the past. That has never worked very well. And I'm just very concerned from a safety as well as ingress and egress of people actually being able to use those roads if we allow that to happen. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this concept that there's 17 total parcels, 13 development parcels, and 4 road parcels. I've never heard of a road parcel before, so I don't really understand what that is. But, you know, clearly you have 17 lots. They could all have different owners, and I just don't quite understand the master plan of having a master maintenance association or homeowner association cover 17 parcels, all with mixed use, or how that would even work. So I'm concerned about the specifics on the master plan. Let me see. Last thing that, and it might be just me, but in the EIR, they indicate that it's less than significant what the impact of this project would be on both the police department and the fire department. And I just perceive that it's going to have significant impact. And I just haven't really seen an answer or seen an explanation for how that's going to be handled, because the conclusion in the EIR that no mitigation is necessary. So those are my remarks.
All right, thank you. My comments have to do with Resolution F and are a bit repetitive to some of those already made. I'm getting a feedback. Am I sounding all right to everyone else?
Yeah, you're sounding fine.
Okay, thank you. I believe it was Commissioner Davis earlier on this evening, some hours ago, had questioned the what the view of the project was actually going to be from Highway 101. And while I concur that the buildings are set back, it's a long distance back, this is significant. And I would not feel comfortable without knowing more. And so I'd like to see a requirement that there are some overlay renderings on existing photographs, or some kind of a illustration or ways of communicating views from a few select spots on northbound and southbound 101. I mean, this is called the Gateway Project, and it's an annexation to our southern border. And this is how we enter our city. So I think a project of this magnitude, when we want to see what the tanks look like for Firestone Walker, we certainly ought to be able to see what this project will look like from 101. As far as the conceptual architecture, I concur with Commissioner Neal's comments. I too think that the Hillside Hotel and the resort residential project looks kind of reminiscent of California Craftsman. I mean, I see it. It makes sense to me. The others, there's some buildings that look like New England with white buildings and shutters. I don't understand it at all. I'd like to require that by the time we see the development submittal, that the concepts for architecture should represent California heritage, our climate, and I think that's very important. So I think we're partway there, but there's other elements that, in my opinion, we're not. And so I'd like some wording to emphasize that, not to solve it and not to design it, but just to emphasize the importance of when they come back with more detailed design, what we would expect. And lastly, the signs, I concur. I have a real problem with a 30-foot sign that's, I think it was 19 feet wide, is essentially solid. I don't understand it, first of all. I mean, if the Hilltop or Hillside, whichever it is, hotel is to be a extreme destination level resort, I don't think I've ever seen a freeway sign for a Four Seasons or a Ritz-Carlton. I don't understand the sign concept for this quality of development. And I understand that the target sign is 35 or 36 feet high, and that there's some signs on the other side of the 101. They're not for the quality of development that this is. And while pole signs are ugly and I don't love them, it is just a pole up until it's a sign. And the sign that's being proposed is a solid mass 30 feet high and 19 feet wide. So I realize we will see more of the signs when the designs come back. I'd like to also have those either superimposed or at least have some story poles or something so we can see what is proposed. And I'm not comfortable approving the concept of the designs or the dimension of the marquee sign at this point. So I think those are my comments on F. So we've heard everyone's sort of topics on these. Maybe staff could answer some of the questions. Let's go back to Resolution A, the EIR certification. There were some specific questions. The right to farm matter, the sewer line timing, the wells, the capacity and the drawdown on the wells, the roads being reduced to 10 feet from 12, road parcels and 17 different other development parcels. How does that work with changing ownership over time and with a single maintenance association and police and fire? It's already strained. How's that going to work? So it sounds to me like those are all maybe concerns that maybe we could get a little more feedback from staff.
Yeah, so let's start with ag buffers. So the project does have a 50-foot agricultural buffer that's built into the perimeter of the site that basically buffers this project against the county areas, which are the rural areas that are assumed to be where the agriculture is going to be. What's unique about this project is we actually end up having the ag within the project as well. So within the project, the master plan basically takes care of any buffering requirements within the site. So it appears that that issue is addressed. The Quorum Group actually owns most of the land that surrounds this, so that further reduces the impact conflict between property owners. Are there any other questions on buffers?
Commissioners, any other questions on that topic? Okay, sewer line timing and capacity?
Yeah, city engineer, Dave?
Yeah, so the sewer line that currently runs underneath the interchange at US 101 and 46 is has been determined to be at capacity by the wastewater department. What does that mean? Well, that is the current connection point that was anticipated for the hotel that's already approved on the Cinco piece, and the future tie-in for the rest of this project. Prior to any type of discharge, if they have to go there and use that sewer line, they would have to upgrade that sewer line so that it has capacity for their project. Their idea is to send a line straight across the 101 down through a neighboring property on the east side and tie into the Templeton Interceptor that runs, that has actually more capacity now since Templeton is decoupling from the city's wastewater treatment plant. So there's two options for the project, and before the project could open any doors, either one of those two options, which are both viable options at this point, could be put forward.
Dave, did we lose you?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I think that was the end.
Yeah, that was the end. Then that finishes my question or answer.
Okay, thank you. All right, commissioners, any more comments or questions?
This is Commissioner Gibson. So just for clarity, Dave, because I was looking at when I jotted this down and I lifted it verbatim, it said that the mitigation was resolved once they submitted their payment. So I wasn't reading depending on if they do the option A or the option B. Option B was that they would help replace the sewer line that went underneath Highway 101, and option A was a different option. So it really seemed like it depended on what the option that they took. If they did option B, it didn't sound like we had a problem, but if they chose option A, they literally would have mitigated, according to the EIR, they would have mitigated and would have been able to proceed, and then had a deficient capacity. Can you comment on that, on the option A?
I would have to be able to see the language to give you specific information on that.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
Okay, the wells, the drawdown on the wells.
Yeah, let's refer that. Dick, you want to kind of answer the issue on the well usage and the well agreement? Dick McKinley, are you on the line? Have we lost Dick? Iris, are you on the line?
I am.
Can you give us some background on the well agreement in terms of the increased well use?
Yeah, so the well agreement provides that, one, that the two existing wells, which are currently in operation and continue to be used, and I think as Dick mentioned earlier in the meeting, the property is actually within the Atascadero sub-basin, which is not in a state of even close to being in overdraft. There is the studies have shown that there is sufficient water to provide for these agricultural uses. The estimates that the caps that are set in the well agreement are based on the amount of water, an average amount of water that's necessary for vineyards. So that's what the limits are based upon, is this county study on the average amount of water that would be necessary for for property planted in vineyards. If that property were ever to develop, and I know that's one concern, the wells can no longer be used, but there's no indication, and I think that the property would not continue to be used as vineyards. But if they ever were, if there was a land use change that was approved, then they could no longer use those wells. In addition, there are some other wells on the property that have been abandoned, or at least are no longer operational, and the well agreement requires that the proper documentation and steps be taken to make sure that those non-operating wells are abandoned properly in accordance with the county regulations.
So this is Commissioner Gibson. So let me respond. So I would just refer the commissioners and staff to page 613, 614, which is in the middle of the proposed well agreement. And it states that there's a Fusco Engineering, hopefully I'm pronouncing their name correctly, that was done in 2019, November 2019, that said that the two wells that they're talking about retaining drew 4.13 acre feet, and the second well was drawing 8.25 acre feet per year historically. And then if you turn the page, it is suggesting that we're going to grant the owner the right for the first well to go from 4.13 to 54.4 acre feet, and for the second well to go from 8.25 acre feet to 102 acre feet per year. So that's roughly 12 times what they're drawing now. And there's a letter of concern, which I would tend to echo. I think everybody's highly cognizant of what's going on with our water, that there's a letter from one of the neighbors just expressing concern about how much water is going to be drawn. And I'm just questioning, why would somebody be want or even ask for roughly 12 times the water rights that they currently are using?
There's another part of the well agreement that also says that, notwithstanding anything else, that the quorum would have to comply with the requirements of the groundwater sustainability plan that would be adopted. So that would override the limits if it came to that. But again, the property overlies the Atascadero subbasin, which is not in the same situation as the Paso Robles groundwater basin.
And Commissioner Gibson, this is Tom Fucci. I think there, in addition to what Iris has commented on, there's some additional factors. Number one, it's really the total volume of water from all wells that's of issue, and clearly there'll be certain wells that don't produce and other wells that produce more, and so we have to take that into effect. But secondly, and even more importantly, the total acreage of grapes is going to grow significantly. So this is part of the plan to allow this property to develop, but also continue to be prime agricultural area, and in fact even be more significant in terms of agriculture than it is currently.
So appreciate your comments, Tom. So I'll share that I actually have a small vineyard, so I'm somewhat aware of growing grapes, but I guess my concern is that there's various governmental agencies that expressed concern over the wells in the EIR, and the response in the EIR was that most of the wells aren't functional or not working right now, and that they agreed that they would take out the requirement to have anything irrigated, and then furthermore, that they took out the mitigation was that they took out the requirement for it to even be vineyard. That they changed the response was to change the requirement that something agricultural that had a crop value of $400 per acre would be planted, so that we wouldn't be doing what is now being suggested. So it's kind of like one way or the other. It's like if the EIR is mitigating and we're changing language saying we recognize that we're not even going to require an irrigated crop, and we're not going to even require a vineyard because we recognize the scarcity of water, then why are we allowing or suggesting a plan to use 12 times the amount of water that's being used now? And I get it that you add more land, that you might use more water, But their suggestion is they need 15 acre feet. And there is no language in the that I've seen in the mitigation to say anything collective, because again, I'm keenly aware. I have 2 wells. One goes down, the other one has to do all the work. So I'm keenly aware that that the idea of having a collective need, that to say collectively I need this much, because honestly I don't care personally which well the water comes from. I just know how much water I need. But that's not how what the proposal is, and it's in direct conflict with the EIR. So either the EIR is wrong or the agreement is wrong.
So Commissioner Gibson and Madam Chairman, it may make sense to have the applicant or the applicant's attorney respond to that question.
Yeah, this is Greg Sanders. I'm the applicant's attorney. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I don't think it matters much what the water well agreement says. What really matters is what the Atascadero Subbasin Water Management Plan says, and we have to abide by that document.
You did that. You told him. You did the
Yeah, Frucci told me. Hello.
Well, where are we? Our Commissioner Gibson, do you feel like you received?
No, Madam Chair, I mean, I appreciate and respect, the people's opinions, but again, that's in direct conflict with the EIR. So, and it's direct conflict with the change in the EIR, where they acknowledged that they needed to reduce the amount of water being drawn. So I'm hearing what people are saying, but then that means that the EIR is incorrect or needs to be changed further.
Well, Commissioner Gibson, what you read in the EIR applies to the project. As Mr. Frucci explained, there's a very significant amount of acreage outside the project area that will be irrigated by these wells.
And if I might jump in, this is Jamie Jones, Kirk Consulting. I do want to address the issue on the change in language from removing the reference to irrigated and instead referencing the $400 per acre for the value of the crop. And that was intended to ensure consistency with LAFCO definition of prime agricultural land. So we did want to make sure that language aligned. And so that was the intent of that change.
120 outside of 20 acres. Okay. If I can add one more thing, there's 120 acres outside the project area that is presently irrigated, and there will be additional vines that will be going in. So that's why you have the higher drawdown on the 2 wells that will remain. And again, I think it's comparing apples and oranges if you try and compare what the environmental impact report says versus what the demand will be on the 2 wells. The EIR did not analyze the irrigation requirements for the land that is outside the project area. So there is no inconsistency.
So, Madam Chair, I think the next question, do you want to move on to that?
I think we need to move on, yes. Was the 10-foot roads?
Yeah, the narrowing of the roads. So City Engineer, Dave, you want to address road widths and minimum fire lanes?
Certainly. So the project actually has several different road widths proposed. Some with 10-foot lanes, some with 11-foot lanes. Ultimately, the roads need to meet the requirements of the California Fire Code, which the city has adopted. So is there a specific road that causes concern? Because the different roads in the project are different widths based on length and location. And then, yes, and then all the roads are private also. So these roads are all within the project itself. And like I said, have to meet the fire code requirements for access for each of the project areas. So if they don't, they'll have to meet the fire code regardless of the plan that's presented and get fire marshal approval.
Okay, can we get some more clarification on the numerous parcels, road parcels, the Master Maintenance Association, how that works and how it might work with parcels being sold in the future?
So we're going to have the applicant explain how maintenance works.
Right, and Tom Noya, can I pass that one over to your guys' team over at the office? And I think it might help to have Fusco's team just to walk through why we have the road parcels. I think we can start with that, and then you can talk through the master maintenance.
This is Pat Fusco. The road parcel has been made a parcel for convenience, for conveyance. You know, you have to, Mr. Ferlotti has to dedicate the road to the city. There's a transaction that passes the property from him to the city, and everybody will say, give us a legal description and all that kind of stuff. It's real easy if it's a lot. You just say lot, whatever it is, boom, you're done. So that's why it's a lot.
Right.
That's the answer to that question. HOAs and associations, most of us have had experience with them. They tend to be in tiers, just like we're suggesting for this project. There's a master association that's an umbrella over the whole project and site. It sort of holds together all the little associations, the sub-associations that will exist for each of the different neighborhoods or projects, okay? So for instance, the master association will look after the circulation road, the general landscaping, the signage and what have you. And then each of these areas that you see on the site plan will have their own little sub-association that deals with their own project. The architect, you know, painting the building, fixing the light bulbs, you know, working the parking lots, what have you. That's all within their own little sub-association. So there's generally 2 associations in that way. Does that help?
Yes, I think that clarifies. Any other questions from commissioners regarding that? Okay, how about staff? How about,
Roberta, I just have one question. So if there is road parcels, this is Sherry Davis, if there are road parcels for conveyance to the city, could you confirm who's maintaining those roads?
The city.
Yeah, the internal roads within the development?
No, those are all private roads.
Okay.
But the Wine Street realignment is a public road.
Right. Gotcha. I thought we were talking about internal. Thank you. That's the only thing I wanted to talk about. Thanks.
okay, and then staff, if you could address police and fire services and how this project will impact that.
Yeah, so police and fire impacts are mitigated basically through financial means. So basically when we're talking about police and fire service levels, we're talking about personnel and equipment. And that's basically just a matter of the economics of paying for additional people and equipment. A project like this that's almost entirely hotel and commercial will be revenue positive to the city TOT bed taxes are one of the primary sources of revenue to the city. So with up to 425 rooms, this project will generate significant revenues in excess of any impacts it has to any specific departments, including police and fire. So there is not necessarily a nexus or need to require any additional mitigation for the project, but it does come down ultimately to budgeting at the city level in terms of how the money that's generated by this project is actually allocated. And because that's a budgeting function, it isn't something that the Planning Commission can condition one way or the other. It is something that the City Council has full discretion on how to spend the revenues that are generated by this project, and they could offset those police and fire impacts.
Warren, this is Greg Sanders. We're also annexing to a community facilities district.
That's correct. So the 80 residential units, if those are built, those will be into a facility district, since residential typically is not revenue positive. So that would balance out that impact.
Okay, thank you. All right. Commissioners, the way these 9 resolutions are worded, they need to be passed in order. We can't jump around because they're cumulative. The wording is cumulative. So I would entertain a motion at this time for resolution A only, and then we could take a break, and then we could continue our discussion on the other resolutions.
This is Commissioner Neal. I will make a motion. I do have a question of staff. We mentioned that we wanted to include the Addendum 1 in this resolution. Is that correct, Warren?
Yes. So in the addendum, let me get the addendum up really quick. So yes, it would be the letter from the Templeton Advisory Group, which is 1A, and then the response to comments, which is 1B. We would recommend that you add that as Exhibit D to Resolution A.
Exhibit D, you say?
Yeah, just call it Exhibit D, and we'll add that in with those exhibits.
And it's the tag and response to comment.
Correct.
Okay. I would like to make a motion recommending certification of the environmental impact report. State Clearinghouse number 2013101050. Adoption of environmental findings, a mitigation monitoring and reporting, the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and the statement of overriding consideration pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, including exhibits A through D, including the Templeton Advisory Group letter and the response to that letter.
I'll second that, Madam Chair. Commissioner Kogler.
All right. Moved by Commissioner Neal, seconded by Commissioner Kogler. Is there discussion? I have a discussion item that I neglected to bring up in advance, so I will do it now. This is a general statement for all the resolutions, but obviously I'm addressing Resolution A right now. At the beginning of each of the resolutions, there's a standard statement, whereas Gateway Annexation Project proposes the phase development of, and there are 5 bullets. I would like to have those reworded, and I think it's confusing. Right now it says up to 3 hotel resorts with 425 rooms. And it also says up to 80 attached single-family residential resort units. It doesn't say or. So I would look to staff to suggest some rewording, but maybe we move up the 80 attached single-family residential resort units to the second bullet and just say or between the two. Would that be appropriate?
So I think the variable is the difference between the 100 hotel rooms or the 80 attached residential resort units. So you're looking for clarification in the whereas statements, I believe, to clarify that that's a either or and it's not both. Is that correct?
That's exactly correct.
Okay, let me bring the language up here on the screen. So I think we could probably word it as 2 hotels with 325 rooms, and then we could move it, like you said, 80 attached single-family resort units / or 100 hotel rooms.
Yes, that would be, I would find that acceptable. So I guess I would ask the maker of the motion and the seconder if that would change would be acceptable.
That change is acceptable to the maker of the motion.
And acceptable to the second.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion?
And just for clarification, this would be a global change that we would make to all the subsequent resolutions?
Yes, so would we need to bring that up on each of them, or can we just make that global?
Staff will note that as we move forward.
All right, thank you very much. All right, may we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Neal.
Aye.
Commissioner Kogler.
Aye.
Commissioner Castillo.
Aye.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Gibson.
Aye.
Commissioner Christensen.
Aye.
Chairperson Jorgensen.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, 1 down, 8 to go. I would suggest that we take a 15-minute break and come back and try and get through the rest of these. Acceptable? So we will reconvene at 10:25.
Thank you.
Okay, let's reconvene. Are the commissioners all present?
Let's,
Davis is here.
you want me to call roll real quick just to confirm?
Sure. Yep.
Commissioner Kogler?
Here.
Commissioner Neal?
Here.
Commissioner Castillo?
Here.
Commissioner Davis?
Here.
Commissioner Gibson?
Here.
Commissioner Christensen?
Present.
Chairperson Jorgensen?
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Okay. Based on our initial comments about where we wanted to spend our time, I think we could, I suspect that we could get through resolution B, C, and D rather quickly. So I'm going to recommend that we go ahead and do that. And then we can talk about E, and then probably talk even more about F and so on. So if there's any discussion on resolution B, or if someone would like to propose a motion.
Madam Chair, I'll give it a whirl again on proposing a motion.
Great.
And this motion includes the changes to the general whereas description as per the previous motion. But I'd like to recommend or make a motion to approve resolution B, recommending the initiation of proceedings to annex the property, including all exhibits.
I can second that. This is Sherry Davis.
All right. Motion moved by Commissioner Neal and seconded by Commissioner Davis. Any discussion? All right. Hearing none, may we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Neal?
Aye.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Kogler?
Aye.
Commissioner Castillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Gibson?
Aye.
Commissioner Christensen?
Aye.
Chairperson Jorgensen?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right. Resolution C, approving lot line adjustment, PR COAL 18-0098.
Madam Chair, I seem to be on a roll, so I'll give this one a whirl as well.
That sounds good.
Including changes made to the whereas. Recommend approve resolution C, recommending approval of lot line adjustment LLA 9-05 and PR/Col 18-0098.
This is Sherry Davis. I'll second that.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Neal and seconded by Commissioner Davis. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, may we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Deal?
Aye.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Kogler?
Aye.
Commissioner Castillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Gibson?
Aye.
Commissioner Christensen?
Aye.
Chairperson Jorgensen?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
We're 1/3 of the way there. All right, resolution D, approving the general plan amendment. I do have one comment on D for staff. On the Exhibit A land use element section 3, there, let's see, it's page 344. There's a chart that indicates an increase in the dwelling units, and I don't understand it. So could staff explain? It's page 344, section 3, chapter 2.0, table LU-1B. And it indicates existing residential dwelling units, 11,071, and potential has been changed from 5,107 to 6,342 dwelling units, which is a lot more than our 97 in this project. So I'd like to know what those other dwelling units are and what are we looking at there that's more than Gateway?
Yeah, let me see. Brandy, are you still on the line?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you kind of walk us through how the what those numbers are reflecting and what those changes actually reflect beyond the project?
Yeah, so the reason those numbers don't match exactly with the numbers of the proposed project is there were several cleanup, I guess, calculations to add in. So the general plan is from 2003, and there's been a number of general plan amendments since then. And over the years, it appears that several updates haven't been codified into this table. So it includes the project and just a bunch of cleanup from the last several years.
Do the commissioners have any other questions on that? Or is that adequate?
This is Commissioner Christensen. I don't have any comments on that in particular, but in comments into the 80 units, I guess my question is, what happens if the option is not taken by the applicant and they choose not to do 80 residential units? Where will those go, and is there a process that will need to occur for that to take place?
So as long as the project's under the development agreement and they haven't built phase 2, they're going to retain the option to build those 80 units. When and if they decide to build the hotel instead of the 80 units, then the city council would have the discretion then to reallocate those 80 units since they won't be part of the project.
Great, thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments on Resolution D? All right, then I will entertain a motion.
I recommend a motion. This is Commissioner Christensen, that we approve with the prior changes mentioned, Resolution D, for the approval of the recommendation for the approval of the City Council for General Plan Amendment 17-03.
Do I have a second?
I'll second Commissioner Castillo.
Okay, thank you. All right, so motion by Commissioner Christensen, second by Commissioner Castillo. May we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Christensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Castillo.
Aye.
Commissioner Kogler.
Aye.
Commissioner Neal.
Aye.
Commissioner Gibson.
Aye.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Chairperson Jorgensen.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Excellent. All right, let's keep plugging away. Resolution E, which is recommending the City Council to approve pre-zoning and zoning code amendment. This had, and I just did counting of votes. I didn't make a note of who did what, but I know one of the two votes to discuss this one was mine. Whoever else had a comment, would you like to jump in and go first?
This is Commissioner Christensen. I believe that maybe it was Commissioner Kogler or Neal that discussed the language in regards to the short-term rentals in the option B, if I remember correctly. I think what they were looking to do is have it specified, or maybe it was Madam Chairwoman, they have it specified that the language be a little bit clearer into because of the resort overlay, and how that would be different from standard short-term rentals.
Yeah, that was one of my questions on this. Since this zone can be used elsewhere in the city in the future, I'm concerned that we're opening a back door into more short-term rentals elsewhere in the city, and I don't intend to do that. So I guess I'm asking staff to make me feel better about that.
So I think if the concern is about the short-term rental issue within the residential portion, I think the best way to address it is in the subzone J. So we could add some additional clarification about the resort management program under condition J, just to deal with that issue specifically.
Where would that be, Warren, in what page would we be
So page 385, if you can see it on the screen, you'll see future development in R2 zone. And then the bullet points below that basically just cover that area. So if we jump to the second page, you can see some text there related to the residential unit. So if we wanted to require through the plan development a short-term rental program be developed and approved prior to the development plan, we could add that there.
Yes. All right. That would be that. Yes, that would be good. And then that would, I think, put to bed the issue on this project. The next comment of mine is future projects elsewhere in the city also being able to have short-term rental element. Because if we're going to have the RL zone without the J overlay, the RL zone available in within the built up part of the city or out by the airport or whatever the case may be, particularly thinking about areas within the city, like where the Oxford Hotel is, properties like that. And then we're allowing a type of short-term rental along with them. That doesn't seem appropriate based on our STR ordinance.
So to add the resort lodging general plan designation or zoning designation anywhere in town in the future is going to require this same review process. It'll be legislative, it'll go through planning commission and city council. It'll be subject to some sort of environmental review as well. I think during that whole process, if whatever that future project is somehow proposes short-term rentals that somehow conflict with another code provision, I think that would be the time to address it. It's not really appropriate to add into a zoning district restrictions on, other zoning issues. Typically, it's just one of kind of the set of tools to deal with those sorts of issues moving forward. So I think staff would recommend not trying to predict that issue too far ahead of time and just let that play out over time.
All right. Is there any other discussion or comments?
I have two small items in that same area of the J overlay. Warren, I was just noticing under the future development RLPDJ zone portion of the site shall adhere to the following standards. Maximum number of lodging units between the two areas is limited to 325. So that's minus the 100 if they do take the option for the other 100. So am I correct in that?
So that's within the resort lodging designation, the maximum's 325, which is what we talked about. And then if you jump up to the R2 zone, that's where we have the 100-room option or the 80 residential units. So that's where the option A, B plays out.
Okay, I can see now where you guys clarified that. Okay, then the next question I have is just below that, again, for the ag use. I guess since the EIR refers to the commercial value of $400 per acre, and we're talking about future ownership, and maybe we're 20 years down the road and someone else owns that ag portion of property, will that same criteria apply to these allowable uses? In other words, will they have to adhere to the same standards? I mean, I'm not sure, I'm not a beekeeper, but I'm not sure that that's, going to get you $400 an acre. And I could be totally wrong in that. But you understand it doesn't seem very clear if that has to correlate from the EIR standards. Does it correlate over into the J overlay, or does that even matter?
So I'm going to refer that back to Jamie, since she's kind of the expert on this issue.
The expert, thank you. So the $400 per acre for the value of the crop, that will apply to the 32.3 acres that will be covered by the permanent conservation easement. So there will be a requirement that that remain in prime agricultural land, crops consistent with LAFCO's definition for prime ag. But in addition to the 32 acres that will be covered by the conservation easement, is we have another, let's say, 40 acres available for agricultural use that aren't subject to that $400 per acre price for crops, and can be developed with other uses, including the beehives. And understand that the beehives could still be integrated into the vineyard, so it's not to preclude things that could happen within the conservation easement, but it is meant to apply to the bulk of the property that isn't subject to the LAFCO prime land definition.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, I understand. You're right. I mean, the bees could be integrated in that. I'm just wondering if maybe it shouldn't mirror more the J overlay, again, for future change to the other portion that already is mandated. If it couldn't be a little clearer in here, maybe we should be mirroring those a little bit closer so it's a lot clearer. In other words, if they decided to, change the ownership in 20 years down the road, and maybe they just pulled out the grapes because it wasn't, the value wasn't there. I don't know what what mitigating factors does the city have to actually maybe force that to be replanted or bring it up to the value? Is that something that would be a part of this J overlay?
So I think, and I would look at it as, and Jamie Jones, Kirk Consulting, looking at it, that we have two different layers. We have the underlying agricultural zoning, which it would be subject to allowing, let's say, crop production. And that crop production for the areas outside of the 32 acres that's covered by the conservation easement, we could potentially plant that property with a crop that only yields, say, $200 per acre. So the area outside of the 32 acres wouldn't have that limitation on the value of the crop. So the 32 acres that will be covered by the conservation easement will have specific limitations, or I wouldn't say limitations, but requirements to maintain its status of prime ag land in perpetuity, pursuant to a conservation easement that is going along as an attachment to the development agreement, as well as our application to LAFCO. So the 32 acres has a higher standard and will have a requirement to remain and qualify as prime agricultural land.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I couldn't get my mute to unmute. All right, any other discussion?
One point, Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Kogler. Warren, I'm curious, when I read through the resort lodging district, in my mind, I obviously associate this could be applied anywhere in the community. And interesting that it doesn't have any kind of minimum lot size or minimum lot area requirement associated with it. I would think the city would want to manage this so that it was for larger scale projects such as the one proposed, and not potentially allow it to be used by somebody for some way to get something smaller in, simply to get short-term rentals as a part of it. Was any consideration given to a lot requirement associated with this district?
So many of our commercial industrial districts don't have minimum lot sizes. Typically, we use the development plan process to really match up the size of the lot with the development. Once again, this district could only be applied through a zone change, which would likely be combined with a development plan process like we're dealing with here, and then a mapping or subdivision would likely follow. So I think once again, trying to predict what the right or perfect lot size would be probably isn't the key issue. It seems like there's a lot of other steps in the process that we'll have to go through before we get to a lot size. So I think the concern about having to set a minimum lot size probably isn't warranted here.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'll attempt the motion. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
The motion. I recommend approve, actually one quick clarification, Warren, if I could. The setting up a requirement for a vacation rental for vacation rentals, or some sort of process for vacation rentals. I believe that was in the R2 RLPDJ zoning?
Correct. Okay. On page 385, 386.
I'd like to recommend approval of, or move approval of the resolution E, recommending approval of pre-zoning zoning code text amendment 17-03, including the changes as requested in zone R2-RL-PDJ for vacation rentals.
I'll second the motion.
Who is the second?
Gibson.
All right, so motion by Commissioner Neal, second by Commissioner Gibson. May we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Neal.
Aye.
Commissioner Gibson.
Aye.
Commissioner Kogler.
Aye.
Commissioner Castillo.
Aye.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Christensen.
Aye.
Chairperson Jorgensen.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, very good. Okay, we're at our big one now, Resolution F. I would like to jump in with some suggested wording. I've been scribbling here, if I can read my own writing, while we've been talking about some other things. And what I'm trying to do is incorporate some wording, at least to begin to satisfy commissioners' concerns regarding the connectivity between Phase 1 and Phase 2, signage, architectural design, and perimeter fencing. Those were the notes that I took. So what I'm going to suggest as a place to start is on page 431, Exhibit A, Gateway Annexation Master Development Plan, Conditions of Approval. It lists Exhibit B, C, D, E, F, G, and H, which are within the resolution. And the first one being B is site plan. And I would suggest that we consider adding wording to that site plan with on-site pedestrian and bicycle circulation between phases 1 and phase 2. And the next item is Exhibit C, conceptual landscape, including fencing and site perimeter design. Exhibit D, conceptual architectural plans and building design to represent California heritage and the climate of Paso Robles.
Okay, hang on a sec. Let me just make sure we got the notes here.
Okay, well, I mean, the commissioners may not agree with this, so I'm just kind of going over them quickly here first.
Well, just in case they agree.
Okay. All right. You want me to repeat that?
Describe the architectural character again.
Okay. Exhibit D, conceptual architectural plans and building design to represent California heritage and the climate of Paso Robles.
Thank you.
Exhibit F, conceptual visual simulations accurately reflecting views for specific north and southbound Highway 101 locations for buildings and signage.
And what were the points that you wanted the visual simulations from?
I just said accurately reflecting views for specific. I don't have specific locations. I just want to know where they are, because right now we have a pretty rendering. I have no idea what it's supposed to represent.
And would that be for all of the development plans?
Yes.
Okay.
For specific north and southbound 101, Highway 101 locations for buildings and signage. And one more on that same page, item 5. It says that the 17 workforce housing units to be constructed in the village commercial center shall be prohibited from short-term rentals such as vacation rental or Airbnb use. And then I would insert there, and shall be rental housing, period. New sentence, deed restrictions shall be required as a condition of approval for the development plan of the phase. So my point, that wording sounds a bit awkward, but the point being to add in there that they would remain rental housing and could not be sold, because I'm not sure that I don't recall that being real clear elsewhere. It may be, but I don't recall it. So those are my suggestions just to start discussion. So what are other commissioners' thoughts on Resolution F?
Madam Chair, if I could, this is Joel,
yes.
Commissioner Neal. On your first one, site plan, if we could adjust it to say pedestrian and bicycle connectivity to and from all major project nodes, as opposed to just phase 2. I mean, because there is the yes. Other sort of commercial that would probably benefit from some sort of pedestrian or bike access.
I think that's a superior way of saying it. Yes.
Madam Chairwoman, this is Commissioner Gibson. So when we were doing the site tour and I listened, there was also a question or query from fellow commissioners about not just pedestrian and bicycle, but also potentially like EV pass, so they could use like golf carts or something like that. I'm not sure where that would play in on that, but I thought that actually sounded like something reasonable, similar to like what happens out at Heritage Ranch.
Are we getting too specific to even list pedestrian, bicycle, and you know that type of golf cart circulation? Should we just say connectivity?
This is Commissioner Christensen. I would agree with that, Madam Chairwoman. I think maybe defining it in too great a detail might, inhibit some creative ideas in the future. And I do appreciate Commissioner Gibson bringing that up. I agree that there may be other things in walking or biking that may facilitate really good connectivity to keep the traffic on site and not off site.
Okay. Other comments?
I did have one other point. This is Commissioner Christensen. I'm okay with some of the verbiage with the architecture. I'm not sure that I'm okay with the term climate involved in there for Paso. I think that that's a little too broad, and I think since they will be coming before DRC and Planning Commission again for each project, but I do agree that the architecture should be more reflective of California and Paso Robles. I think that that's an obvious fact from most of the commissioners from what I heard before.
Any other comments? Thoughts?
I would tend to, I like that suggestion from Commissioner Christensen. I'm not sure what the climate of Paso Robles, I think that could be misconstrued, but if we just said, basically try to convey that we wanted the architectural plans to represent the heritage of California and the heritage of Paso Robles, or, what we perceive Paso Robles to look like. I think that's what we're trying to accomplish.
Well, I hope the designers consider the climate, because what I saw didn't a lot of those buildings didn't have overhang or consideration of shade and would be inappropriate. But then if one considers the heritage of Paso Robles carefully, hopefully that would reflect a respect for the climate that we have. Architecturally respect and reflect climate that we have.
I would think too, probably, Mr. Commissioner Christensen, that landscape plans would probably help facilitate at that point as well.
Maybe. Any other comments?
Just a question. I know we talked a little bit about the highway signage. Do we want any verbiage in there? And it should go to DRC, or maybe just the development signage and not the highway signage. So do we need to talk about highway signage here?
Yes, Commissioner Davis, thank you. I actually had another note that I neglected to say related to that. So let's consider this. On item number 6, I'm suggesting that we just omit the last sentence because it's saying that any highway-oriented or freestanding sign should be consistent with the highway-oriented freestanding sign program, Exhibit G, and I didn't hear a lot of enthusiasm for that signage program. So what this would do would require all the signage design to come back for conditional use permit and development plan, which it already has to, but not necessarily consistent with what's shown. And that would, I think, give DRC and the Planning Commission more flexibility in discussing appropriate signage.
I would concur with those comments.
I would as well, Madam Chair.
So could we just get clarification for staff? It sounds like is the motion to remove the sign guidelines altogether or to modify them?
I don't know that they have to be removed, but I would not be comfortable approving the existing wording which says that signage needs to be consistent with what's shown. They don't have to be removed, but.
So I think we just need to clarify how to, so I put up on the screen basically what the highlights of Exhibit G, which is the signage program. So we just need to clarify exactly how to interpret these exhibits.
I would interpret it as a first draft, and it'll come back to come back for CUP and development plan review and approval, which I think, kind of states for the applicant that this needs more attention and more work.
Madam Chair, this is Darren. Is the concern more the dimensions, the height, and the massing as opposed to the design of the signs?
Darren, I don't know how to differentiate those. It is the design and the height and the massing and the materials. I don't personally have a real concern about the locations. I would be comfortable with the locations. So I don't know what the other commissioners have to say about that. I'm not comfortable with the vertical signs, the 3 smaller signs. They're all right. I don't understand why it changes from a roof line and then to a diagonal, but I don't know, it's okay. I really don't support the 2 large vertical sign designs.
I think my reaction was mostly size, but I think I'd like to see the the signage. I think I'd like the full commission to look at the size and the scope of it.
So it sounds like signs 1A, 1B, and 3A, which are the smaller signs, are fine. We're really worried about these two larger monument signs, which is 2A and 2B. Is that what we're hearing?
That's my.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment. I'm following along what people are saying. Yeah, I actually like the smaller signs, and I appreciate the comment from earlier. I think it was Roberta that said something to the effect that if you have a facility supposed to be world renowned or everybody knows where you're going, I'm not sure why you need a 35-foot sign. So I'm not real impressed with the design either, but the size of it is just like, seems like overblown.
So it's the size and character of signs 2A and 2B that require further review is what I'm hearing.
Madam Chair, it's Commissioner Kogler.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, Warren, that is what I'm hearing from the commission. I think we're okay with, at least I am, along with the chair, okay with the locations and in concept, the hierarchy of the signs that start with those that draw you in and those that bring you down to the site level and tell you where to go. That works well. I candidly think we're looking at the design and none of us are thinking that we're finding much favor with it. I don't mean to speak for the rest of the commission, but the marquee signs, the monument entrance signs, the slopes, the materials, it doesn't seem like it necessarily was thought out quite as thoroughly as it should have been or might be.
I would concur with Commissioner Coe. I kind of wondered why the one on the right didn't have the masonry work, why there wasn't some continuity. I think it is both design and the size.
I think our suggestion is they need to start over on the designs, but I'm hearing am I hearing kind of a consensus on the locations are probably okay?
This Commissioner Gibson, I have no issue with the location. It's as Commissioner Davis was indicating, it's the design and the size that I would have a concern with.
This Commissioner Christensen, I'm kind of hearing we need greater flexibility down the road here to really talk about the size and the design style past tonight. What I'm kind of getting.
So staff, how would you suggest we word this?
So I think what we want to do is say on Exhibit G somehow that signs 2A and 2B are not approved as submitted and shall be reviewed and redesigned as part of the development plan process.
So I would say signs, because if those are redesigned, then you're going to have remnants that on the others. So I would say all the signage.
Darren has an idea.
I think that's a good idea, Madam Chairwoman, because I think too what that would allow is that maybe in the change for the design, they want to approach it from a different angle, and maybe that's a greater flexibility for the applicant as well.
Yeah, I think so.
So I think what's before this is Darren, what's before the commission tonight is to bring this property into the highway-oriented sign district, which doesn't sound like it's an issue with the commission. And then furthermore, the kind of the site planning of the signs seems acceptable. But the design of the sign program, the actual sign program for the architecture dimensions would come back and not be approved tonight and come back through a separate design process. And that could be with the first phase coming up to the Planning Commission in the future. So since they'd be going through a process at that time, which would be that first resort project, we could concurrently take a look at the design of the signs at that time. And then we wouldn't be really saying anything to be consistent with the sign program. We really would be taking away that exhibit G and reviewing that in a future development plan process.
You know, I have a couple of comments. Some of the smaller ones might be wayfaring kind of internal signage, and maybe give them an opportunity to rework the whole thing, maybe even where some of them are placed as they rethink the signage program. Just a thought.
I think they need to rethink the whole concept of the marquee sign for the type of development too. And so I wouldn't, you know, I don't know that I want to approve the marquee sign and its location. I mean, I don't mean the signage design, but I'm just not comfortable with I don't know. The design is of the marquee sign is so off-putting, it sort of turned me off on the whole concept of a marquee sign. So, I think we need to completely resubmit the entire signage package.
This is Commissioner Christensen. Can we move forward having Exhibit G removed? And would that solve the issue that we're all agreeing to here?
This is Commissioner Gibson. I'm in concurrence with Commissioner Christensen that if we just removed Exhibit G and then deleted the last sentence as our chairwoman suggested, it would then, I think, read the way that Darren is suggesting, which would be that the sign would be approved for each phase, and we would just have to then re-letter H, the phasing plan, and make that our new G.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kogler. Darren, I think you had a good idea, and I guess I would modify what I just heard a little bit and think that maybe we modify item 6 to simply say that the entire signage package comes back with the first phase of the development. So I don't think any of us are excited enough about it tonight that we're going to advance G as a part of this approval.
So if I could ask the question on the highway commercial signage program, does it allow for a 30 to 35 foot marquee sign? Because if it does, then we're addressing the problem.
It could, but that would be what the conditional use permit would study, and the commission, as part of the conditional use permit, would need to verify that the height, the mass, materials would all be consistent, and that's what the use permit requirement would do as the different phases came through.
So, Madam Chair, maybe one option you have is maybe this. So, Exhibit G is 4 different pages. So, page 1 is the locations, and then basically a description of the size and purpose of the different signs. And then as you move through it, move too fast. there's, I think, 3 pages of renderings of the signs. So potentially you just keep the first page of Exhibit G just to set up overall framework, but don't adopt anything that alludes to the character of the signs. And then we'll come back later with that first development plan potentially, and then fill in the design and character for these signs that fit within this overall program.
So, Warren, that in so doing, then that would allow, when it was resubmitted as the development plan, then that would allow us, we'd still have the flexibility to say, adjust the size, adjust locations. So this is the concept plan, but we're not locking in on sizes or locations either, correct?
So I think you could add that as a provision if you just adopted this first page, is that you could add language that the sign sizes would be subject to design review based on appropriateness, so that those are more kind of guidelines for potential size signs, not the actual final approved size.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Kogler. I think, Warren, what I would be satisfied with would be simply to remove the approximate size column from that chart and let it read as the concepts of the sign type, the quantity, how it's going to be mounted, and then let the materials, the size, and so forth come out of subsequent design work.
I would support that. I think that's a good compromise.
As do I.
So we would adopt or just include this first page of Exhibit G and drop this last column. Is that what the recommendation is?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll call that sheet 1 of Exhibit G.
I like that. That's Sherry Davis commenting.
Okay, so are we ready to move on from signs to any other elements?
This is Commissioner Christensen. I guess for clarification, Gibson brought up number 6 on the page there, referring to the highway-oriented freestanding. Are we making any adjustments to that language, or is that even required?
I still think we should take out the last sentence.
This is Commissioner Gibson. I would support that. I still think that we should take out the last sentence, and I liked, I think it was Darren's suggestion that the plan comes back with the first phase, not each phase.
Yes, agree.
This is Christensen. I'm good with that too.
Sounds good.
Okay. Are there any, I think we've exhausted signage. Is there any other element of Resolution F that we should discuss?
Commissioner Gibson, so I'm in agreement with your suggestions, Madam Chairwoman, with the descriptions of B, C, D, E, and F. Other than, I guess we're taking out the word climate.
Right.
So.
Yes. All right, I'll entertain a motion on Resolution F.
Well, I guess I'll try it again. This is Commissioner Neal. Move approval of Resolution F recommending approval of conceptual master plan Master Development Plan 17-009, including additions as discussed. And I don't know them all, Warren, so I'm hoping you have notes.
Yes, let me read them back just for clarification. So regarding site plan, there's a requirement for a connectivity plan between all the development plan sub areas. The landscape architecture plan would include a perimeter fencing design standard. The architectural section would have a requirement that the architecture have an appropriate local California heritage character. Visual simulations would be required that accurately show the view from Highway 101 of all the development plan areas. The workforce housing condition number 5 would add that the units shall be rental units only. And under number 6, signage, we're going to drop all the exhibits except for sheet 1 of exhibit G. And then on that sheet, the last column with the sizes will be eliminated. And then we will add clarification that the entire sign plan will be approved with the first development plan.
And the last sentence is omitted on number 6.
Correct.
Correct. So this is Commissioner Gibson. Also on D, I think we said California and Paso Robles heritage, not just California.
Got it.
And Commissioner Kogler, on C, Warren, I think we talked about conceptual landscape and fencing. I don't think it's focused only on perimeter fencing, because the applicant talked about deer fencing for the vineyard area, and I know their plans do show a kind of a metal fencing along the frontage of South Vine right now, so I think that just addresses fencing overall.
Got it.
Yeah, that was part of my motion, all of that.
Good job.
Yeah, I'll make it part of my second.
And I suppose those motions were including the change to the language. We've already been covering that every time we've been doing it, so just want to make a comment on that.
All right. And who was second?
Kogler.
All right. So resolution F, moved by Commissioner Neal, seconded by Commissioner Kogler. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, let's have a roll call vote.
Commissioner Neal?
Aye.
Commissioner Kogler?
Aye.
Commissioner Castillo? Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Gibson?
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Christensen?
Aye.
Chairperson Jorgensen?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, we're on the downhill slide here, guys. Resolution G for oak tree removal permit. Is there any discussion? And if not, I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Neal. I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, please.
First, I'd like to compliment the developer and the designers on the fact that we are such a large development and so few oak trees have been removed. I think it's a testament to their ability to work around those oak trees. But I'd like to approve Resolution G, recommending approval of oak tree removal permit OTR 20-04.
I'll second the motion. Commissioner Gibson.
All right, motion by Commissioner Neal, second by Commissioner Gibson. Is there any more discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Neal?
Aye.
Commissioner Gibson?
Aye.
Commissioner Christensen?
Aye.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Castillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Kogler?
Aye.
Chairperson Jorgensen?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right. Resolution H, approving phased vesting tentative tract map. Any comments or discussion on this item?
Madam Chairwoman, this is Commissioner Christensen. I think the only real comment that I have is I'm coming back to the ability of the city to enforce the CCNRs, being the fact that we don't really have a history of it. I know that it gives them some flexibility, or so it appears. My actual concern is maybe the detriment to any future owners of any of the multiple parcels, and how that could correlate, since we don't really have a specified method or a history of doing so. It's just a thought that I think that could be elaborated on in some language. I'm not sure that maybe it's going to be, but my opinion is it's very vague, and it's not real clear. It doesn't really give us a when or a how, or for what real conditions. And in my opinion, that's leaving an open door for problems down the road.
Does staff have any wording to suggest?
So we have the conditions of approval on the map. I would recommend some suggestions about additional language that you'd like to see added to the conditions of approval. So you're looking at page 533. So we could add the conditions there under the planning conditions if necessary.
Well, one of the items that Mr. Athey mentioned was that the city might use this in a time of public safety. Maybe there could be some harm to CCNRs not being enforced by the property owners or what have you. And I just, in my mind, cities have never really gotten into this realm, and I have experienced this problem in another city, and it was a mitigated disaster after an approved specific plan was approved, and the city could have exercised some rights, but they chose to have an open end to that as well. And just, it's my fear that it's a little too vague. In my opinion, I'm not sure exactly how to word it any better, other than maybe adding in some factors. According to what Mr. Athey said, it's never really been done, apparently, and we don't have any history of it here. So I'm just worried that it will start to set a precedence down the road, and we don't have guidelines in place for that. I'm open to suggestions if anybody has any, or if it's not important to them, maybe it's not. But
this is Commissioner Gibson. So I would support your concern. I'm not sure what the solution is. That's why one of the reasons I brought it up earlier this evening about the maintenance association and the homeowner association. I was, again, because I'm struggling to try and wrap my mind around how this is going to work on something this size that has different agreements handling different parcel lots, and I honestly didn't see in there a very real clear definition or diagram that even called out all the lots, including the 4 lots that are road lots. I've never heard of a road lot, but I understand what they're saying, but I didn't see a diagram that explained that. So I support the concern.
I have a suggestion. Because we don't seem to have the experience, and the city doesn't have the experience right now for coming up with wording on the fly at 11:30 at night. What if we pass the resolution as is, and with parallel notes to the city council, since all of these resolutions we are just recommending to the city council, that some enforcement approach needs to be added, and perhaps staff and legal counsel in the meantime could suggest some additional wording for city council.
Yeah, I think if the issue is additional teeth or enforcement under 2, yeah, you could recommend this on to the city council, and we could work with the city attorney maybe to provide some additional options for the council to consider.
This is Christensen. That might be the way to go, but my fear is not so much greater enforcement, although I think there needs to be, like Commissioner Gibson is kind of pointing out, a little bit more defined separation. In my view, this could be a great overreach by the city, and I don't think that that's something that we want to leave an open door to futuristically down the road. And maybe we have I think we have the wisdom in the city council, the city council to maybe determine that, maybe with some legal input. And it probably seems like a really small item, really, but we're talking about something that's 15 years down the road and potentially different ownerships. And I do feel that there should be a little bit greater care to this, in the fact that changing it later is going to be, I think, a far more uphill battle than people realize legally. And that, again, is just coming from some experience. And into regard to Commissioner Gibson's points, there's not a lot of, it's a little vague, and some of the clarifications really just aren't there. I know the city is granting themselves the authority and the power, and I can appreciate that. And they have the power to approve and disapprove, but I'm worried about the enforcement and the clarity between the areas that may be most concerned of the city, which maybe aren't necessarily should be of concern in some of the more private areas on the development. So those are my thoughts. And again, I apologize. I've thought about this a lot, and I'm not even sure how that language would be changed. So I really am open to opinions. I know it's late, and I know that it seems trivial to some, but I do believe that this is an issue that we should take a look at.
Madam Chair, if I could, on page 538, the first page of the phase vesting tentative tract map, it has a pretty good index map showing the 13 lots on the project, just for information.
Thank you. Any thoughts on how you'd like to proceed?
This is Commissioner Gibson. So I guess I had seen that. I appreciate Commissioner Neal pointing that out. But just to illustrate, there are portions on here, like, for example, Lot 13. I don't think there's any development going on there. So what is the plan with these two, homeowner associations and maintenance agreement for anything that would affect some of the lots that there's no development taking place? I mean, that's how vague this is.
Maybe this is Commissioner Christensen. Maybe it is something we need to really recommend to the city council to take greater care in. I'm just not sure. We will be leaving it up to their hands by just passing this, and so. I think that's where one of my greater concerns was in the further review of it.
So I have a question, Warren. We've passed unanimously A through G. We're concerned about the adequacy of an element in H, and I think the discussion is going to be, when we get to I, that we don't have all the parts to make a whole. What if we didn't not decline, but didn't vote on H and I, and just passed A through G and a no vote for incompleteness, or however that would be described for H and I? What would happen?
Well, this is one package of entitlements, so the commission's obligated to take an action on all of them. I think they're separate as well, so I think you just focus on the map, H, to begin with. if the commission could just articulate what the real concern is with the maintenance issue, I'm pretty sure we can address it prior to the council meeting. So the project is conditioned to have CC&Rs and a multi-level maintenance association. I think Pat Fusco kind of went over that in general. If that's not sufficient, or if there appears to be a loophole or something missing in all that, if we could just identify what that is, I'm sure we can address that.
And Warren, if I might jump in, can you put the track map back up that you just had? Because the question came up regarding maintenance of lots 12 and 13, and I understand the settlement agreement to require that why those are separate lots is that those will be conveyed to city for open space. Those will be open space designations as required by the settlement agreement. So that's why those are parceled out without the master development plan showing development on those parcels. When we look at the road lots, the road parcels, those were specific to follow alignment so that they could be deeded as a parcel to the city as part of the right-of-way offer of dedications. And so I think that was part of Fusco's plan in setting up the different parcels that you're seeing on this map. And I can speak from my experience working in other jurisdictions where we have CC&Rs that are required as conditions of approval. Oftentimes, there are requirements from the agency to have specific items directed by the city included in the CC&Rs, and then those CC&Rs typically go on to expand well beyond that which is required by the city. So maybe just making a note in there that the city, specifying what the city requirements would be, and that any changes to the CC&Rs as it relates to city mandated conditions would be required to be reviewed and approved by the city. Because I think where the concern that maybe I'm hearing Commissioner Christensen talk about is that having the entire CC&Rs giving the city full enforcement authority on all of the components of the CC&Rs could be complicated for both the city as well as future property owners.
That's correct. This is Commissioner Christensen. I think that your idea may be the impasse that we need to use to get past this. I appreciate that. You can see the issue here, and I think that's I'm just maybe not conveying it well, but I think you did a good job in that.
This is Commissioner Gibson. So just to follow up on that, though, so just really like boiling this down, to very practical terms. So you come out off Vine Street, now you're on private road. Is that the responsibility of a commercial master association, or is that the responsibility of a homeowner association? And then you have other parcels, a lot within this project that there's no definition. Are they going to be covered under the homeowner association? Are they going to be considered covered under the maintenance association? Which roads are covered under which agreement?
So I think
you have a mixed. There's a mix because it's mixed use, right? That's what I'm saying. There's no clarity on this. So I would agree with the concept. I think with what you're saying, Warren, that somehow we express our discomfort, or just basically let the city council know that we recommend that they work with the city attorney to nail this down, or come up with some more details that actually expressly identifies by roads and by lots, who's in what and how are these going to be maintained, and who has the legal responsibility to do them.
So road maintenance is actually pretty simple. So the red line, which is South Vine, that's going to be a city road that's city maintained. Everything else is going to be private. It's project maintained when we're talking about roads. These two lots that are along 46 West. That's where the creek is. That's the open space designation. Those end up getting dedicated to the city as part of the development agreement. Everything else remains within the project.
May I make a suggestion for potential language change on page 533 under general engineering, item 2? This is Commissioner Neal. The applicant shall establish a maintenance association for all non-residential properties and a homeowners association for residential properties.
Can you repeat that?
The applicant shall establish a maintenance association for all non-residential properties and a homeowners association for the residential properties.
So that way, Joe, you're including roads and
I'm
all that
including
extra
roads, I'm including
spaces.
space, I'm including ag, I'm including
Mhm.
everything other than
Mhm.
the residential.
I like that recommendation.
So we would amend condition 2 to just clarify that the maintenance association is for commercial properties and the homeowners association is for the residential portions.
No, no. I think what the maintenance association is for all non-residential properties.
Okay, so you want to change commercial to non-residential.
Yeah, because that can cover more than just the commercial. It can cover the open space, it can cover the, you know, the ag buffer, it can cover the easement, or whatever may happen.
Okay, got it.
All right, good progress. Any other thoughts on that or on anything else in Resolution H? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Commissioner Gibson. I move that the Planning Commission recommend adoption of the resolution of the to the City of the Paso Robles approving the phased vesting tentative track map 3120 of the Gateway Annexation Project with the amendment of changing the language on page 533 to change the word commercial to all non-residential.
I'll second that. Commissioner Castillo.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Gibson, second by Commissioner Castillo. Any further discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Gibson.
Gibson, aye.
Commissioner Castillo.
Aye.
Commissioner Kogler.
Aye.
Commissioner Neal.
Aye.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Christensen.
Aye.
Chairperson Jorgensen.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, one more. Resolution G.
Aye.
Aye, recommending to approve the pre-annexation and development agreement in the City of Paso Robles and Quorum Realty Fund 4 LLC.
And Madam Chair, before we move on, I know there was a number of questions about the exhibits. So we've done some analysis and we can kind of walk you through where the different referenced exhibits actually exist within the staff report. And then we can kind of work back from that if that's helpful.
Good. I wish staff had done that.
Warren, this is Iris. So, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. I'm just not sure. Anyway, So as Warren mentioned, a lot of these exhibits are in your agenda packet. They're attached, for example, as exhibits to some of the resolutions that you've just adopted. But I wanted to give the commission a little bit of background on how the development agreement was negotiated and what its purpose is. And so attached as Exhibit B to Resolution C is a copy of the settlement agreement. And David Athey mentioned earlier that there had been litigation and it resulted in a settlement agreement, which calls for example, the dedication of and the realignment of Vine Street and how that was all to come about and the annexation process. So the development agreement really is in furtherance of what is embodied in the settlement agreement and refines some of the points that were negotiated in the settlement agreement. So we did go through, as Warren mentioned, to make sure that, in fact, we think that really all of the exhibits, with the exception of one, are already in the agenda packet. And I'll just go through them one by one. So exhibits A1 and A2 are a legal description and a map of the site. Those are in your EIR, but they're also included as part of Resolution B, which was the annexation resolution. And they're in other documents as well. But generally, you know what the property is that is included as part of the project and is proposed to be annexed to the city. Exhibit B is the well agreement, which is in the packet as part of the attachment to the development agreement. Exhibit C, which is the project phasing plan, is attached to Resolution F, which you just approved. And that's Exhibit G to Resolution F. Exhibit H to Resolution F. That's the phasing plan. The Exhibit D to the development agreement is the conservation easement, and again, that's a separate attachment as part of your packet. And I have to say, I mean, this was a huge packet, so, it was a lot of material to try to absorb. Exhibit E, the fiscal impact study, was attached to Resolution A on the EIR. That was Exhibit A1, which was the Paso Robles Gateway Economic and Fiscal Impact Analysis. So that was part of your first resolution on the EIR. The conservation easement, again, is attached to the packet. Exhibit F, which is the preliminary plan for Vine Street, that was the general configuration for Vine Street is part of the settlement agreement, but the preliminary plan itself is attached to Resolution C, which you just approved, and that's Exhibit C to Resolution C. Exhibit G to the DA is the Vine Street element, and that is really a visual depiction of what is described in the text of Section 307 of the development agreement. And Section 307 talks about those three elements. One is the portion of the right-of-way that's to be dedicated by quorum after it does the property exchange with Cinco. One is the portion of Vine Street that is currently within the city's existing right-of-way for Vine Street. And then the third element is the bridge. So those are described in Section 307, and Exhibit G simply is a visual depiction of what is described in the text of Section 307. Exhibit H is the form of irrevocable dedication for the right-of-way and the open space. And that actually is similar to other dedications that the Commission has seen, but it's also an exhibit to the settlement agreement. And the settlement agreement provides that this is the form of dedication that shall be used in a development agreement. Exhibit I also, and this is the one that there may not be an exhibit to the resolutions that you've already adopted. But again, it is described in section 307, and it describes, and it is consistent with what is in the settlement agreement. And what it does is it refines, really, the one additional piece of the Vine Street alignment that will be paid for by quorum. And as I had mentioned earlier, it's that trenching work that will be done in the part of Vine Street that the city is otherwise responsible for paying for. So there's a portion of Vine Street that the city is responsible for, except for the utility trenching that will be needed for the utility lines that will serve the project. There's a portion of Vine Street that quorum will be entirely responsible for, and then there's the bridge. So again, Exhibit I is a visual depiction of what is in Section 307 and is a refinement of what was in the settlement agreement. And then Exhibit J is attached to the development agreement, and that's the local preference provision that I believe you've seen before. It's essentially the same as the local preference program that was attached to the development agreements that were part of the Olson South Chandler development agreements, and it's just been adapted for this project. So I hope that explains. We didn't want to. We had enough paper to deal with as it was, but all of those exhibits are referred to and either taken from the settlement agreement or refinements of what's in the settlement agreement, or attached as other exhibits to the resolutions that you just considered.
Thank you, Iris.
Commissioners, any comments or discussion?
This is Commissioner Gibson. So I appreciate, you can pretty much tell by the titles of what's the exhibits are, what's supposed to be there, but in good conscience, I mean, I cannot support blank pages. I mean, probably the best I could do would be to support something that said, the city council has got to have a complete document. I mean, I can't imagine the city council passing a development agreement without having all the language. So I still have a serious concern with the water rights that are being given. I mean, again, I farm, so I really don't have to have anything explained to me about farming, or you plant more crops, you need more water. That doesn't explain at all the fact that the historical use and the estimated use for planting the vineyards, that the water rights are 10 to 12 times, what the historical rights or the water that they think they might need to, plant everything in vineyards. So when we're in a situation we are, that's a real touchy subject. And again, I completely validate the concerns of the surrounding neighbors when they express concern about, wanting to know how much water that they're allowed to, pump out of these wells.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
All right.
I'd like to move approval of Resolution I, recommending approval of Development Agreement 20-01 between the City of Paso Robles and Quorum Realty Fund I.
Did I hear a second?
Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion. It's Sherry Davis.
Okay, I thought I heard someone say something. Commissioner Neal, my sheet says pre-annexation and development agreement 20-04. I heard you say 20-01. Did I hear you say 20-01?
I did say 20-01. I'm looking at page 14 of the staff report.
Okay. I'm looking at our agenda and it says 20-04. So can staff clarify that?
Yeah, so reference development agreement 20-04.
So I would like to amend my motion to 20-04.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I second that and I'll accept the amendment.
All right. All right. Discussion on the motion. All right, hearing none. I will call for the roll call vote.
Commissioner Neal.
Aye.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Kogler.
Aye.
Commissioner Castillo.
Aye.
Commissioner Gibson.
No.
Commissioner Christensen.
Aye.
Chairperson Jorgensen.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-1. So that will conclude this item.
Good work, everyone. Thank you for your tenacity. I don't believe we have any discussion items. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent calendar?
This is Commissioner Neal.
All right, good job, Joel. Second?
Second, Kogler.
Commissioner Kogler seconds. Roll call. Do we need a roll call on consent?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, that was Commissioner Neal as a first and Kogler as a second. Is that correct?
That's right.
Commissioner Neal.
Aye.
Commissioner Kogler.
Aye.
Commissioner Castillo.
Aye.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Gibson.
Aye.
Commissioner Christensen.
Aye.
Chairperson Jorgensen.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right. And Warren, do you have any reports on housing constraints and specific plan ad hoc?
No reports tonight.
All right. Then Commissioner comments. Let's do Commissioner Davis.
I have none. Thank you.
Commissioner Kogler.
None, Madam Chair, except compliments to you, which I'm sure the entire commission would embrace for a very difficult agenda, just with the one item and a lengthy discussion, but you navigated us well. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone. Commissioner Neal.
Just one, I hope on the next large item, potentially we could get the agenda item sooner than 3 days before the meeting. Luckily, it was a 3-day holiday and I was able to spend the time needed.
Commissioner Castillo.
I have no comments.
Commissioner Christensen.
I just want to concur with Commissioner Neal. I think that would have been very helpful, although I'm glad everyone was able to spend the time and work really hard and get it done. Thank you.
Commissioner Gibson.
I have no comments. Thank you.
All right. And my only comment is thank you to everyone for working so hard on this. And also, I hope we never get 670 pages on the Friday afternoon of a holiday weekend again. But thank you to everyone. Where are we here? Staff comments.
No comments.
All right. Do I hear a motion to adjourn this marathon meeting?
Commissioner Neal so moves.
All right. And a second.
I second Commissioner Christensen.
Okay, Neal and Christensen, and I assume everyone says yes, and let's adjourn this meeting. So good night, everyone. Thank you.
Good night. Good job, Roberta.
Good night, thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Nice job, staff.